allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next regular meeting is scheduled for Friday, May 26th at 9 o'clock at the Community Center, 3500 Edgewater Drive, Sebring, Florida, 33872. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. Consent agenda, minutes of the Board of Supervisors regular meeting held Friday, April 26th, 2019. Treasurer's report and golf financials, March 31st. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Any public comment? Ariel?
Supervisor Stiegel,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling,
Yes.
President Branson.
Yes. Action agenda, resolution number 2019-05/10/18. A resolution to Southern Lake and Sebring Improvement District to approve application for Highlands County Sheriff's Office for extra duty deputies.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I talked with staff and expressed concerns that the contract is set up to make us the employer of the sheriff when we're actually asking them to do their job here more often, and particularly the indemnification clause I thought we should have stricken, so I'm not sure if they've gotten some feedback on that.
And I talked to, called Garrett Roberts' office, the attorney for the Sheriff's Department, and he did not get back to me as of yesterday. I left the office around noon to go to a conference in Orlando. He had not gotten back to me by the time I left that message. So the way I read it, in my opinion, it's, kind of conflicts. The first page basically says that we're hiring the Sheriff's Department, we're paying the Sheriff's Department, and they're the ones that are going to control the officers. And then the second page has that indemnification clause. My recommendation is just to strike it, as you suggested, and send it back to them with that part stricken, and if they've got an issue with it being stricken, then maybe Mr. Roberts will call me back.
I'm okay with that solution.
Are you talking about how many hours we're going to do initially?
No, the hours initially we've got is 30.
So you're going to do 36?
36, yes.
Okay, so that's going to be it until we change it.
Correct.
So we had talked about 20 and 40 and yada yada. Okay, 36 is good with me.
So 36 hours a month at $45 an hour is $1,620 a month. They have agreed. The captain over the department said this should not be a problem for them, and so we're recommending to move forward. I already have the check cut, so I'll be sending in this agreement here with the check along with the scheduling. Staff?
I'm sorry, he is going to write tickets, right?
Yes, sir.
My question was, are they sending a radar car or are they just sending somebody to ride around?
It's going to be a radar car. Now, I don't know if it's going to be radar every single day. I'll have to find that out. It depends on what they do is they do a request internally of who wants to work the overtime. So all the deputies, I don't know that all the deputies are radar trained. Is that the correct statement? But I can find out. I guess it depends on who's actually taking those shifts.
I mean, that's what we're after.
Yes, absolutely.
Traffic enforcement, I think we should make pretty clear to them that's what we're looking for.
So I'll touch base with the captain to ensure that happens.
Okay. How do we gauge the success of this program? By the number of tickets?
There's going to be a report provided to us after every shift, or it could be not after every shift, but at least I'd like to have it on a biweekly basis or a monthly basis. So each deputy will give some sort of a summary for the 3-hour shift.
I'm curious, do we know what the average cost of a ticket is these days? I have no clue.
I think it depends on how much you're exceeding the speed limit by, but I think a pretty good average is like $160, $165 or something in that ballpark.
So it's enough to get your attention.
And stop signs might be a little cheaper, running a stop sign.
Just to be clear, if we approve this resolution, we're going to submit the contract signed with the stricken language.
Correct. That's my recommendation.
We
Strike
don't
the
need to do
indemnification.
anything separate for that reason.
No. Now they may come back and say, we're not the sheriff's department may say we're not going to agree to this, and then we might have enough to have another discussion with them about how about our concerns about that indemnification provision. Because, like I said, the first page talks about control. The sheriff's department has complete control. They can pull those guys off the shift. All that we're really doing is telling them where we want them to be, what streets we want them to be on. And that does not create, in my opinion, any type of employer-employee relationship, especially when we're paying the sheriff's department, not these individual officers. So I think that's just something that was kind of thrown in there. That's why I want to talk to your council to find out why that indemnification clause is in there. So,
Any further board discussion?
How are we going to decide what street they're going to patrol?
Initially, what we're going to ask them to patrol are the major streets, which would be Granada, Ponce, Columbus, Ortega, Cortez.
We've had complaints from Cortez and Sunrise.
Sunrise and then Cantoria. So
Yeah.
they want us to pick exactly. So I have a statement prepared. I haven't sent it yet, but it'll be attached to the email that I send. If they want us to pick the street for that particular day, we'll certainly do that. But this is in the initial month, so these are the streets I want them to focus on. I'll be glad to share that with the board if y'all are interested. So.
I just as soon not know,
Okay.
honestly, but
Yeah.
there could be some question that you got some kind of preferential treatment. So
Yeah, the less public information on that, the better. So
exactly. So I think that should reside with you. But I just want to make sure we're getting the ones where we apparently have a problem.
And I think the answer I would give to Ray's question about how we're going to measure success, it's going to be by fewer complaints about speeders in the neighborhoods.
I think the time of day is pretty critical too.
Time of
I
day
would
is
think
critical.
earlier morning and late afternoon would be prime time.
Correct. And that's what we're going to shoot for in the request. But initially in the first month, I know that we're going to work out some of those tweaks about the timing, but those would be the preferred times.
Okay. Any public comment?
Good morning, Bill Norcross, resident. I highly approve of this special police detail because it's something that's been needed here for a long time. We have a couple of roads out here, and I should be, instead of calling it Center Lake Boulevard, call it the Audubon. So a couple of questions on this. First of all, as a resident, I'm paying $2,300 a year to the county. Why are we paying yearly? Probably this will be about $13,440 a year coming out of public monies here. And to me, it seems to me that I know it's very reasonable to have somebody here at $45 an hour, but it's just say yourself, it's paying more money for protection we really should have in the beginning. So that's a question. How about when you do start this program, I think it would be fair to make sure it's published in the papers. There will be police patrols out there. So at least give the normal people a chance, because they go 5-10 miles over the speed limit, not 30 or 40. So maybe some thought to educate the people that there will be patrols out there. And the visible contact, obviously, is a good idea. So, again, I applaud the doing this. It's a step in the right direction. Thank you.
I just have a side question. Have they ever committed to doing anything more in Sun Lake? I know Sun Lake Boulevard is not our responsibility, but based on that information that they gave us, have they committed to patrol that more than they have been?
Absolutely, they did. And they have already started, yes, on Sun Lake Boulevard, yes.
Okay.
Any other public comment?
New resident, live on Cantoria, just filled out a petition for Cantoria, just wondering if this is going to eliminate my speed bump petition because we're going to have patrol on Cantoria. I'm a one-leg amputee. I walk the roads every night, Cantoria area, all through there. I walk 3 miles a night. I walk those side roads every night. In the last 3 weeks, I've been almost hit 3 times. So, I mean, it's pretty suicidal because we don't have sidewalks. And I just really would like the speed bumps on Cantoria because I drew a map out and everything on my petition, how the people are directing, why are they going through there. And, I mean, I got passed on the road the other day. I was doing 25 and somebody passes me on my own road. I got passed on Grenada yesterday between the speed bumps. Some guy passes me going between the speed bumps. I mean, it's just nuts. I know you're trying to work on it, but I just thought I'd like to get my speed bumps if I could. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And, sir, your name for the record, please.
My name's Dennis Vander East. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're the gentleman that sent this communication, right? You sent the information to the board?
Yes, sir. I was told it was going to be tabled or something because you're trying to work on a study, something about a study or something of the sort. I know, did you approve the Cortez road already? Cortez wanted speed bumps too, and I didn't know if that was approved or not either.
No, there have been no additional speed bumps approved.
I know you're trying to do it, what?
There are 2 issues. We've got a traffic study that we're trying to get done to validate the need because they are expensive. The second thing is we're still trying to determine how to put a speed bump in that doesn't create a liability situation for the district. The 2 on Matanzas, which are effective in terms of controlling traffic, also have the potential to cause a problem if somebody doesn't see them and hits them going too fast. They're a little severe, I think, for what we're trying to accomplish. So we're researching alternative ways to put speed bumps in, as well as trying to validate the need with the traffic study. And what we agreed to do was forego any new speed bumps until those 2 things have been resolved.
Okay, my personal opinion in life, general, and other communities that I've lived in, 80 to 90% of the people in this world need to be led and told what to do and shown what to do. 10% of the people have common sense and know what to do and know not to speed and have respect for other people. So if you ain't going to lead, I don't know how to put it, but if you ain't going to it's like training a little kid. It's constant because a lot of these people just don't understand. They got a vehicle. Believe me, a 4,000-pound car landed on this. So I can tell you all the stories about, what a car can do to you. And if there isn't a deterrent, you can put all the cops out there that you want. But if they're only going to be here an hour a week, 2 hours a week, it ain't going to make, I'll tell you right now, it ain't going to make a difference at all. Because if those cops, you almost need somebody in here 24 hours a day. Somebody constantly somewhere. And if that's not going to happen, you might as well just throw that money down the road. Because I'm telling you, you ain't going to get what you want out of it. It ain't going to work. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Ariel?
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling,
Yes.
Supervisor Stekel,
Yes.
President Branson.
Yes. Item B, resolution number 2019-05/10-19, a resolution to Sun Lake Improvement District to award a unit for WWTP resealing project designated as RFP 19-04, to Basic Concepts Incorporated, doing business as Just Right for $88,957. Tanya, you want to?
Motion to approve.
I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay. Now, Tanya.
This is a project that we have rebid, and this Unit 4 wastewater treatment plant tank sealing project. Like President Branson said, we want to award the project for $88,975. This gives us a 3-year warranty. The product materials, I'll let Drew speak of that a little bit, but this material we expect to last 20 years, and this is just for the joints of this wastewater plant.
I don't know if you have any specific questions, but I'll cover some of the basics on the material and why we're doing it. I don't know if you've been out to the Unit 4 plant. I know it's not a good place or a fun place to go unless you need to, but they've been experiencing the tank wall leaks, and whenever DEP comes to inspect, that's something that's big that they want to get fixed. We've done some temporary patching just to keep it from being a large issue, but I know they've had some severe leaks on the easterly treatment train. There's technically 2 plants that run next to each other, if you want to think of it that way. So right now we don't have a huge amount of flow, so we run on one train. So the other side of the plant we can't even use. It's leaking so bad, so they've shut it down. This project's going to seal the inside of each joint with a polymer, like spray-on polymer material. 2016 we did it to the Unit 23 plant. I guess it's right by Unit 2. I don't know, assuming you're familiar with it. We just replaced the blowers in it a couple of years ago too. This will be the same company. They were recently bought out and got a new name, but it's the same company that did the work before, and it's held up just fine. And of course we're going with the 2-year or 3-year warranty option for it, so that way we don't have to worry about it at least for 3 years. Do you have any specific questions on any of it?
Oh, yeah. I always have a question.
Okay.
So all the leaks that we currently have are through the seals, right?
Yeah, the joints, the seals.
Joints. So the only question I really got, I'm a little concerned, is you bid out to have the walls of the perimeter of the plants done as well.
Correct.
So
we wanted,
and we're not going forward with that, but the question is, if they're okay, why did we bid them out?
It was brought up, I think, about 1.5 years ago when we were first trying to get this in the budget of how much it would be to go ahead and do the entire wall. And that's always been on the spec list of what they wanted to see, like pricing. If it was going to be an insignificant cost to do the whole wall, that was one of the options we were going to entertain. But it was recommended by both contractors that bid on it that doing the whole wall wasn't going to be any net benefit. But it was a question by staff. They wanted to know if they could get it done.
So you won't be coming back to us in 1 year or 2 or 3 and say we have to do the walls?
No, it's solid concrete. If it leaks, there's a structural problem. So it won't be because of this product or.
Okay. So how old are the tanks?
I believe it was put in mid-90s, like 95, 96. So we're working on, 30 years?
And what's the normal life?
On the wastewater treatment plant tanks?
Yeah.
Usually I think they say 50 to 60 years.
So the belief is that these seals will take us for 20 years, and at that point we can look at replacing.
Yeah, and they might last longer, or it might just need to be resealed, just depending on how the concrete degrades. But that's a general consensus on those.
I was here when they did the last one, and I saw it when it was dry and how they fixed it and that. It's, to my knowledge, we've had no problems with it. And I mean, I don't know too much about it other than they showed me what they did, and it looked like they did a good job at it.
Yeah, no, it sounded like rational.
Yep.
I just wanted to be sure
Yep.
that we weren't putting $88,000 into a project that we were going to have to replace soon. So it sounds like that's not an issue.
No, and if there is any issues, most of it would be physical damage, but there shouldn't be anything hitting or touching things because it's all water and, well, we know what else, but.
Thank you.
All right.
Additional board comment? Public comment? Ariel?
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling,
Yes.
Supervisor Stiegel,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
President Branson.
Yes. Item C, discussion of the policy manual updates.
Supervisors, this is draft number 2. Mr. Stiegel, he presented some changes in the policy manual in addition to the ones that we presented to you on draft number 1. Did you want me to go ahead and go through those pages? Okay. Page 6, there were no changes, but I believe there was a comment we wanted to make about the committees here on
Right.
page 6.
Page 6. It basically states that we will review annually each committee as to whether or not they're, I can read it exactly to you. Purpose, usefulness, and function of each committee shall be reviewed yearly by the Board of Supervisors. I think that's a good thing, and I think we should do that. I don't think we've been doing it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we don't have the visual for, she only has the changes that she put up here.
So you want,
Can we go to the internet? You want me to keep going on this? Okay.
listen, it's just my opinion. What we ought to do.
Okay. Page 23, Section 2.1, Item D. Go down one more. Can you go one more on the screen?
I'm not looking at the same thing, I don't think. That's not page 23.
Page 42. That's page 21.
Okay.
Page 23.
Here, well,
Huh?
he's going to get to the website.
Page 21 we already did last time, right? That's
Yes,
not,
sir.
That's not a new
I
addition.
apologize. He's going to get to the, I'll just,
Well, we're on
we'll
page
keep moving.
21. I'd like to point out that in the minutes, we discussed adding only there, and it's not added in this revision. That it was going to be, require only the approval of the general manager and the fund director.
Okay, we'll get that added. Thank you for that. Item D, purchases 10,000 or more require board approval unless specifically exempt herein. Mr. Stiegel, if you want to.
It's kind of redundant, basically. It either needs to be or not, in essence.
And we essentially just took that out on page 21.
Right.
Myself and staff, we have full authority over the quotes that are between $5,000 and $25,000. So that's something that we will handle internally unless we have an emergency situation where we don't have to receive quotes. But that's few and far between on emergencies.
So we're going to remove item D. Right?
Just a recommendation. Page 24, section 4.2, item D. The $500 should be $1,000.
That's what it is already in practice.
It already is already. It's just correcting the dollar amount. Yes, sir. Page 28, section 7.4. Basically, you're saying the same thing 3 different times, so we want to just clean those comments up a little bit. But to clarify on change orders, we have in the policy manual currently, any change orders that add to the amount of the contract or a deduct require board approval if $10,000 or more. We go into some deductive change order language, and it's not necessary. So we're going to take out some sentences that are already, I'm on page 28.
There's a couple of those there.
Right there. So basically, the sentence that has a strike through is saying the same thing as the word deducts has been added to the sentence just before that. So just to summarize, any change orders require board approval if more than $10,000, whether you're adding or deducting. Page 44. We are removing the statement where it says trail fees shall be, this is section H-1003, memberships and fees. We are removing the statement that says trail fees shall be rebated up to a maximum of 6 months if membership is terminated. To mirror the current golf policy and procedures, refunds, we're going to add the statement, refunds may be prorated for up to 6 months in the event of death.
So you're taking out of an annual member?
Well, that should be in there, yeah.
Are you going to leave that in there?
Of an annual member, yes, sir, that's in there.
That's going to
Is that correct? And that mirrors the policy, so.
So basically, we're not giving any, the only refunds we give if somebody passes away. We're not doing it for, and we're only going to give them their membership money back up to 6 months, not the trail fees. Is that what we're saying now? I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure that's what we're saying.
Well, it could be, in the proration, it would be trail fees and membership fee. Yeah, so we're just taking out.
That's how I understood it.
Yes, so the refund would incorporate just a proration, so it would include trail fees and part of the membership fee.
Just trying to get the policy to reflect reality. That's
Right.
what we're doing now already.
This policy currently says trail fees shall be rebated up to 6 months if membership is terminated. So that could be a number of things besides death.
Oh, I see. So really there is no, for a termination, there'll be no refund. But for a death, there is. Is that the bottom line? Okay, that's fine.
You get mad and
Hey.
go away. No problem.
It's your problem, which is fine. That's good.
Page 45, section H-1100, golf member initiation fee. We have a strike through where it says is, and we're adding the word maybe. Initiation fees have not been part of the golf membership for a long time, but they have been waived through the budget process. Page 46. No changes on this page. Supervisor Stiegel, did you want to make any comments about any of these sections?
If you look at 1204, up one, I think, first of all, you got outside catering shall be approved by golf management. I'm not sure whether we really want to have people bringing in their outside catering. That's one issue. Second issue is do we allow people with coolers and having their beer all over the course, and what does that do to our ABC license? But in 1203, you're talking about outside catering is permitted. So you got some issues there that we probably need recommendations from staff. Do we want to keep doing that is my question. I mean, we have a restaurant.
Well, I know we just did it last weekend.
I know we did.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Do we want to keep doing that?
You gotta talk, Cliff, you gotta tell, I mean, I happen to think, I like Dan's point, I don't know why we would do outside catering.
Well, I guess we'll let Andy speak to it, but it has to do with having a competitive advantage. But
So Andy Kessling, head pro of Sun and Lake Golf Club. So last week we held the Rotary Tournament, which they did a London Broil lunch. So last week we did not have any outside catering. There's 2 events a year, the Blue Street Classic and then the Firemen, where we allow them to cook on the golf course and provide food while they're on the golf course. Those are the only 2 events where we allow, I don't know if you would want to call it outside catering or not, but allow them to cook on the golf course.
Can't they buy the food from us?
They could, but I don't think they will.
Are you going to get into devil's advocate?
Sure.
We're right back where we were with the Veterans Tournament. Are you going to choose between the Blue Streak and the Little Sisters of the Poor that want to have their tournament? What do they say? I want my own catering here. I'm not willing to pay your prices. I mean,
so
I guess my issue is if we've always done it, maybe we should always do it, but we should say we're not doing that for any more or whatever. But
sure, so those are the only 2 events that we do allow them to cook on the golf course, and they cook hamburgers and hot dogs on the golf course.
I don't care what they do. I'm just telling you.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, that's our decision, not yours.
Sure.
If you want to do it for them, you got to do it for everybody. You can't discriminate.
So they can bring their own booze too? I mean, beer? Yeah.
So we allow donated beverages, whether it be beer or sodas or water, to be distributed on the golf course, yes.
And Dan, if I'm reading this correct, then we need to edit this, because this says outside catering is allowed by permission of golf management, and you're saying that should only be by the supervisor.
I'm saying it's something we should talk about and not just let it happen.
Well, we should just make a decision, because it's like I've been saying for years, there's too many decisions made by people that aren't on this board, and they don't seem to be consistent sometimes.
no, and we're happy to go in any direction the board decides to go in. I mean, I know that though I mentioned competitive advantage, and all of our competitors will allow some donated product and some other stuff. There'll be certain events if we make that decision, there'll just be certain events that they'll just say, fine,
Yeah, we would lose the events.
We would probably lose it.
Donated products are one thing. Cooking on the course is another. That's my big issue. That's
I understand.
1. 2, I want to make sure that we don't violate our liquor license by letting people have booze on the course. I think we're in trouble already in some of these Tuesday night deals. I see a whole lot of coolers going on the course without Sun and Lake money. And you also got another issue in 1203. If you read 3 lines up, where I saw it just a second ago, it basically says, the second line, January, February, March, 1 course shall be available for the full day on tournament days for golf member play. I don't think that's the case. Maybe that shouldn't be the case, but if it's up there as a policy, we should be following it. If we need to take it out, we need to take it out. One way or the other, I don't care. My deal is, you guys don't need to be making that kind of decision we need to, and we need to give you.
Andy, I don't think there's a day in those 3 months that we don't have a course available, do we?
Right. The only day this year that we had both courses shut down was on a Friday with the Florida, or the Advent Health tournament.
Yeah, the Advent Health.
They went out, and then we had a couple, I think we had 1:30 shotgun start, and then tee times on the other golf course. So, I guess,
Fine with taking it out. I'm just telling you, you're violating our policy.
In my defense, I did not know that was a policy, so I do now, and if we need to get approval for that, then we can do that. Is there, obviously we're talking about revenue here with all this stuff, so, when we're doing that, if we had some kind of revenue guideline, what type of income, do we need to have? Obviously, if we're running, a lot of these golf tournaments off, that's going to affect our revenue.
Not trying to run anybody off. I'm just telling you, don't violate the policy. If you don't know what the policy is, you need to read it. And if you don't know what it is, how can you follow it? I don't,
Sure.
And if I'm going to violate this policy for anybody, it would be Advent Health. I mean, they're our biggest taxpayer, so we should try to take care of them if we possibly can. I don't have an issue with it. I'm just telling you, it's in there.
Okay, sure. I've been here 11, 12 years, and we've always done the same thing. I've never seen the policy, so I've seen the policy.
It's always been in the policy. I just happened to read it this year.
Okay, gotcha. 10-4.
I'm probably the only one that read the whole damn thing. I couldn't sleep one night. I mean, honestly, we just need to fix it. I'm just telling you, it's there.
Understood.
Well, I think we got to fix it, right?
Andy, is it our goal to, I don't know how to say this, but is it our goal to take every outing that's possible in Highlands County? I mean, is that Sun Lake's,
No, I would think that our goal is to make money for the club and the district, and also to support charity events. I mean, I think there's a lot of goodwill.
Yeah, but we're not making money. We're apparently losing, and we're still, I mean, I just didn't know what your policy was as far as.
So I don't want to just.
So if we lose one or two tournaments, is that a big deal?
Well, just revenue-wise,
yeah.
It would be. So, the goal is not to displace any member play or any of our normal play for an event that's not going to, be a significant revenue moneymaker for us. So when I'm negotiating with our, those committees, it's obviously we're not going to give the golf course away to anybody. So we've got to make money on the event for us to, obviously entertain hosting it.
So basically what we're saying is that 1203, any exceptions to 1203 have to go through the board.
Where we're shutting both golf courses down. I'm clear on that, correct?
That's what I'm saying.
But I mean, as far as outside catering, you have to get our permission. Booze on the course, you have to get our permission. Is that what we're saying? I mean, I'm not sure.
I don't care.
I'm not disagreeing.
I think they should get our permission before they shut both golf courses down. Or we change the policy. Either way, I'm just saying, whatever's in here you need to follow, or you need to have an exception too.
So
You can't run around doing whatever you want to do.
What I would say though is, are we in? We're not shutting both golf courses down for the entire day. So, am I in violation of this, considering that we're open for both golf courses?
One course shall be available for the full day on tournament days for golf member play. Yes, you're in violation.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty specific.
Got it.
Guess we got to kill some member events too, huh?
No, it says outside.
It says outside.
It says outside.
I'm fine with doing what we're doing. We just need to bring it here to get.
And just FYI, that the Florida Hospital Advent Health Tournament used to be in November. Last 2 years it's been in February, but they're going back to November. So I will say that the Chen Dental Golf Tournament that we run for Lindsay's Wish has grown, and he's wanting to have both golf courses next year for his tournament on a Friday. So that would be one that we would bring to the board and let you guys give a yay or nay too. That's the only one I can think of for next year.
I'm fine with that if you just add, it's an exception. It has to be approved, however you want to do it. It doesn't matter to me. I'm fine with I'm not really fine with bringing outside food in, but if you guys have done it in the past, I would say it's okay with me, but all I'm trying to say is you need to follow the policy. We all need to follow the policy.
So would you like for me to add a clause, exceptions
That's fine with me.
must be approved by the Board of Supervisors? Okay.
Do you want to add that clause to the outside catering as well and have it, right now it says outside catering is permitted for food and beverage related to the tournaments with the approval of the golf management. And I'm hearing that's a problem.
I'm saying it's a potential problem. You got two that are doing it now. What if you have the rest of them say, I want to bring in a cooker and have barbecue out here? Are you going to let that happen?
Don't allow it to happen. No, there's no other golf tournament that we'd allow that to happen.
So if we rephrase that to outside catering is
That
not permitted.
we currently run.
So if we said outside catering is not permitted for food and beverage related to the tournaments except with approval from the Board of Supervisors.
That's fine with me.
So what I would say about both those tournaments that we allow that, one is the firemen, which brings us $10,000 to $12,000 in golf revenue and pro shop merchandise, and it's held in August. So if I go to them and tell them they can no longer cook on the course, they're going somewhere else.
I'm not telling you to do that. What I'm telling you is we need to change this to where you can do that if you want to do that.
Right.
And you know, I think it's important for all of us to remember that all of the golf course expenses are pretty much fixed. You know, we got a golf course, we got the maintenance, we got Andy's staff. So all of that happens whether you get $10,000 from the firemen or not. Now, we are displacing members, and that is an issue, and we don't need to do that any more than necessary. But I think members are willing to live with a certain amount of pain to keep their dues down. The question is how much and when. It's a different story in the restaurant. Then you got a 35% cost of goods sold, and you got extra help and all sorts of stuff. So if you bring in an outside tournament that brings you or an outside banquet that brings you $10,000, right out of the chute, you got probably $3,000 drops to the bottom line. Golf course, $10,000 drops to the bottom line.
Certainly.
So I'm a lot more interested in keeping those terms. I'm not saying we should do anything.
You want the policy to reflect what we currently do. Understood.
And Andy, that's most of the problem we have. It's not that we disagree. It's just that we have certain ideas and certain things written down, and they're just not adhered to. They're adhered to by employees. And when it happens, it's
Just to the next section.
it's just surprising. So it's not that, you know, it's not a pick on you. It's a let's do what we've said.
Sure.
And
I just followed, when I came on board, I've just been doing what we've done for years upon years.
I know that.
And I've never I've never looked at a district policy manual.
Yeah, we've had 3 different general managers since I've been here, and nothing's changed as far as this kind of stuff.
My comment would be if you always do what you've always done, you always get what you always got. So let's get it right and do it.
So is the board okay with section H 1204, the last sentence, any outside catering for food and beverage shall be approved by golf management, or do you want that as to be the Board of Supervisors?
Based on what we've been talking about, I would think that has to change.
Yeah, same amendment.
I don't think you really want to be in that position, to be honest with you. What are you going to do when Chen Dental says, I want to bring in outside catering, bring hamburgers in here?
I would tell them no. Currently, I would tell them no.
Do you really want to be there, or would you rather say, no, we can't, our policy won't let us? We can grandfather the 2 we got.
I'm fine. I'm fine either way.
It's just
makes
those
sense
kind
to
of
me.
decisions you shouldn't be making, Andy.
I've got no problem with taking that off my shoulders. That's not an issue. What I will say is if we get to the point where we don't allow donated product here at our club, then we're going to lose a lot of our events. I would make that statement.
As long as that doesn't violate our liquor license, I don't have a problem.
Understood.
Now, I also have a question as to whether we ought to be letting the gators ride around all over the place with outside people driving them all over the place, and whether or not they're covered under insurance. If one of them wrecks something or runs over somebody, we got an issue. that I'm not sure we've really recognized the liability there.
I agree with you. We'll look at that. I agree with you 100%.
I mean, y'all,
So from this point on, so anything that has outside catering or any events that we would, January, February, March, that we would shut it down, it all needs board approval. Right?
that's fine with me.
No problem.
Does that include donated product?
No, not
donated
just
product.
catering
We're
and
talking outside
catering and shutting down 2 portions at the same time.
So the outside product's another issue. And I don't have a problem with putting that outside product on our snack cart and our people riding it around. I'm just telling you, you got a liability that I don't think we're recognizing. If you got non-employees riding our stuff on the golf course, what are you going to do if they run over somebody and break their leg? I mean, then we're going to wind up getting sued. We got no... Anyway, I'll quit beating the dead horse.
We can manage that, and you're correct.
All right,
We'll
that's,
rewrite that, we'll revisit it next time.
I'll work on helping get some language in there.
all right, that's all the changes.
I'd like to thank Dan for doing such a good, thorough job of going through the policy manual. I did read it in December when I was being put on the board, but not with the knowledge that you have from having worked with it.
Any public comment?
Good morning again. Bill Norcross, resident. I just want to squash a little rumor, all right? And I'm quite sure that the staff here has checked the golf carts insurance policies. Now, I know Cindy does a great job to make sure that I hear this little thing, and I don't want it to happen because somebody will say, well, he's paying insurance, but he's not. So that type of thing. But just kind of like check it again to make sure people are covered. I'm covered for $100,000, and it's very reasonable. It's like $60 a year. So, I mean, just to cover ourselves, okay? Thank you.
All right, add-on items. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes, sir. We do have add-on items.
Got another public comment.
Quick comment on the golf course. I'd like to see Dennis Vandry's new resident, Katoria, handicap access to the driving range. January, February, March, I was told that I could grab a cart and go up there because I'm in a little condition. It's kind of hard to carry my bag a third of a mile from the parking lot all the way around the buildings to go to the driving range. I'd like to see some handicap access there for disabled people. It's pretty hard to get over there. And another issue I had with the golf course is when I moved in here, I was told I'd get a year free worth of golf. It was not through Sun and Lake, my realtor, the golf course. There was nothing added in the brochure, any listing or anything that fees do apply. So I was under the assumption that as soon as I got here, I could go in and the date my water turned on, I was a legal resident here, and that my free golf would start for a year. Well, I went to the golf course and they wanted $1,100 for cart fee. Well, that's not free golf. So I thought, I've been pretty pissed at this. I won't even play the course. I play golf every day. I go hammock. I go everywhere else. I don't even play the course I live in because of that reason. And then I tried to say, well, can I pay cart fee as I go because I don't play every day here or whatever? No, they wanted my $1,100. So I don't feel that. I know it was a promotion by them, but there wasn't written out to where, and Sun and Lake Realtor, I don't know what they had going together, but it should have been written up there, fees apply. But there was no fees applied. So that's one of the reasons I bought in here is to get 3 years of golf and then continue my membership. Well, now you lost You lost my membership because I won't play here. I feel I got ripped off. Thank you.
Okay, add-on items.
Yeah, you should have a page in there about the retention of Lewis, Longman, and Walker. Got inadvertently left off of the agenda as a discussion item. But Tanya and I had a conversation with Terry Lewis and William Capco on April 30th. We discussed the Tanglewood contract, reviewing the Tanglewood contract and the Fifth Third bond issues. During that conversation, Mr. Lewis estimated a cost of over $5,000 but less than $10,000 to review the documentation associated with both of those issues, with the majority of the cost being for the Fifth Third documentation. So even though it's beneath the threshold, we figured we should probably bring it back to you guys and see what you wanted to do as far as retaining Lewis, Longman, and Walker to look over these two issues. As far as the Tanglewood contract goes, we kind of want a little bit of direction based on my understanding of some of the issues. We would want Lewis, Longman, and Walker to review the original contract with the addendum that already exists and the one that I drafted that was tabled. We want them to confirm or give an opinion as to when Tanglewood MHC took over from Juniper Bay that there was no, whether or not there's any ability to renegotiate at that point or to enact the Florida statute, the changed Florida statute under 512 or 513, and then to confirm whether or not this contract is in fact a perpetual contract, and whether or not if we want to do any amendment to it, it does in fact require consent of both parties. So that's, as far as the questions we would present to Lewis, Longman, and Walker, that's what I think that's my understanding of what the questions are. But if there's any other questions that you guys have that we want them to address, that's what we're kind of looking for now.
Why are you looking at me?
I just say quickly, Dave, I don't have any more questions that you should address, but I don't really want to spend up to $10,000 to go over two things that we've had. You told us with the Tanglewood contract that it is what it is. Mm-hmm. And the Fifth Third Bank thing, that was my first question, my first meeting here. And it's just part of when I was president of the board, the auditor talked to me about it. He said it doesn't affect us. It's just something, it doesn't look good. Mm-hmm. But and $10,000 up to $10,000, I don't see any reason to spend money like that. I mean, that's just my opinion. Mm-hmm.
My opinion is that this is probably the only opportunity that we're going to have to review it and see if there's any time to make a change. And in particular, in regards to the termination, I want to be sure that part of the question to the council for review would be, does this give us reason to create a change so that we can have a specific term as opposed to an undefined or perpetual term? Mm-hmm. And then I think that we also got some correspondence from a resident that raised some other cleanup issues that need to be addressed, like removing references to Section 12. And so if we can get all of that done as part of a review process, I think getting it cleaned up as best as possible and getting the most advantageous interpretation we can get to ideally clean up this concept of a perpetual agreement would be worthwhile, and up to $10,000 I don't think is money poorly spent if we can get anything, and even if we don't get anything, at least we've got clarification there's nothing we can do.
And as stated in the memo, the majority of that work would be on the Fifth Third. The Fifth Third documents are in excess of 200 pages for them to review, and Mr. Capco, the attorney William Capco, has got some specialized knowledge in that area regarding assessments of special districts and stuff like that. And if we could, I know that Tanya's concerned about getting those off the books. I am too. For the district to remove them from the books, it's in my opinion, it's just a matter of time. It's something that we can wait out. But do we want to wait another 8 to 10 years before those will, that drops off. That sitting on our books for that amount of time is, burdensome in my opinion.
So my question would be, has Fifth Third changed their position at all that we know of? Or is this just re-asking the same question?
No, to my knowledge, Fifth Third has not changed anything. And I think that's one of the things that we'd be asking in this, or some of the advice that we'd be seeking in this opinion is what our options are. What can we do, and what do they think we should, do in their opinion? Do they think it would be advantageous for the district to, be more proactive and potentially file some sort of a suit and force the issue to be decided by a judge? Because I think the one thing that is undeniable is that our auditors are not going to make any changes when it's their neck that's on the line. If a judge tells them to do something different, obviously they'll do it. But I think that's what they're waiting for. So, in my opinion, and also the costs associated with that. Do they think that Fifth Third would have any valid defenses? How long would it drag out? How much would it cost us in legal expenses, to make that happen? Do we have any ability to recoup those legal expenses if they put up a fight? Those kind of questions are the stuff that we, and how long would it take? Is this something that we could get done in a year or 2 years, or is it something that's going to drag on for 6 years, like Elia did? So I think that's the kind of thing, the questions that we would want them to hopefully answer for us. And
See, David, that's my concern. It's not just the 10 grand, up to 10. It's what if they tell us we do it, then what's it going to cost us then?
Exactly.
I mean, and I've been here long enough to know that lawyer fees and, it goes on and on and on, and it just, and you've told us already. I mean, I believe what you have told us, and I can just see that it's just going to open the floodgates for more legal fees and more years of litigation, and, and it just.
I guess my question would be, splitting the two, we got two different issues. Splitting those issues, do you have any estimate of what it's going to cost to get this Tanglewood thing to go away?
Well, based on like it states in the memo, Mr. Lewis said that the majority of the cost, about 75%, would be for the Fifth Third Bank. So I mean, if we're looking at 5,000 to 10,000, we're looking at $1,250 to $2,500 for the Tanglewood part. And if we want to remove that, I'm not going to object. Whatever the board wants to do. The one concern that I'll say, or I think the issue that we need to deal with as far as the Fifth Third issue, is it does affect our borrowing ability. And if we get into a position where we need to borrow some money, we don't want this looming out there. So the faster we can get it resolved, and like I say, I don't know what the future holds, whether or not we need to borrow money. We have excellent reserves. But if we got to a point where, wow, we have this project and we really need to borrow the money, we don't have to want to go, oh, now we have to undertake this 2-year process to get this removed from our books.
The issue is not so much Fifth Third and what they're doing or not doing. The issue is our auditors. Mm-hmm. And you can't, they're not going to change. So we have to either resolve this with Fifth Third or not. The other piece of this Tanglewood thing is we're not trying to renegotiate that contract at this point in time. All we're doing is recognizing the fact that they sold the thing 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me to be pretty obvious that if you read the contract, we're bound, they're bound, and their successors and assigns are bound. They certainly have the ability to assign it to anybody based on that. If we can spend $1,200 and this whole thing, tempest in a teapot, goes away, I'm good with that. We've wasted more money than that on other stuff. The Fifth Third is the big issue, but I think that's what they're going to tell us is you can sue if you want to, and this is our estimate, but that's an estimate. Mm-hmm. And that's our opinion. You can sue a ham sandwich, and as long as you got $100, you got a lawyer for some period of time. So I don't think we're getting much for it, to be honest with you. But if it'll get it all to go away, I guess.
I guess that's what we're looking for is direction. We can, if we want to come, I guess we can talk to Louis Longman and come back with a an engagement letter, but we've done that in the past. My guess is going to be a very similar engagement letter that's going to it'll just be limited to $10,000 or less.
I would say to you, though, that we cannot renegotiate on a unilateral basis with Tanglewood. I mean, it has to be both people that are willing to sit down at the table and talk about it. I don't see anything, unless we're willing to go to them and say, look, we're charging you more than we ought to, and we're going to renew this thing. Why would they? I mean, they're getting a pretty good deal. I'm not so sure ours is great. The issue with Tanglewood, to me, is only if they get more property and want to hook on to our water and sewer systems for the contractual amount. I think it's $275 per meter. Whether that's acceptable to us or not, I don't know. But that's when you're going to have an issue to deal with. At this point in time, if it was up to me, I'd take the word perpetual out of that agreement and be done and move on. And I think it doesn't change anything. It is a perpetual agreement. It's just that's verbiage. I don't care one way or the other.
It's in the revised agreement that we saw.
Perpetual is only in because you put it in, right?
Correct, to get them to recognize that the fact that it is in fact a perpetual agreement, and it's just terminology. And
if we're going to not renegotiate, if we're going to restate our position with Tanglewood and have them agree with it, I don't know why we wouldn't want to clean up the document that we have. Why would we want to sign a document that's not accurate?
All he's doing
it doesn't even really apply because it's already happened 15 years ago. I think the document should be updated. A lot of it should be eliminated. I mean, Unit 12, they own no property in Unit 12. Why we would have something about Unit 12 in the document, I got no clue. We own Unit 12, I think, don't we? Or we're in the process of it. We're working on owning Unit 12. But Tanglewood doesn't own anything in Unit 12.
Not to my knowledge.
And I agree with Dan, if they were to purchase something, are they going to be held to the pricing in this document, or should we update the pricing?
Any new property, this only covers the property that they currently own, in my opinion.
Shouldn't we have that stated in a document with Tanglewood? Any new property will be whatever?
Well, then that's the problem is if any change to this document require both, approval of both sides, and some of the suggestions that were made by the person that made the recommendations or suggestions, it turns it into basically a new document. Anytime you start eliminating items from a document, that you're basically creating a new document. And when you're adding provisions, that's one thing, like we did with the first addendum. But anytime you start removing items, now basically we're talking about creating an entirely new agreement.
Well, fine. It's 20 years or 25 years. Isn't it time to create what's the big thing? We have to do it every 25 years, create a new document? I mean, most of what's in here doesn't apply. If you read right, it's done. It's history. So why do we leave it in there?
We don't have to. I mean,
that's my point.
But both parties have to sit down and agree to it, and that's really the issue.
But we're really not. I mean, forget about the assessments. Okay, let's say we're not going to get a nickel more in assessments from them. We're going to lose that battle. So fine, that should make them happy. They should be open to everything else. We're not asking them to pay more money. We're just asking to clarify the what ifs. That's all we're doing.
Okay.
I can't imagine they wouldn't be agreeable to that.
I'm happy to do that.
Devil's advocate, if I was on the other side, you wanted to sit down, I'd say I want to pay you $100,000 less than I'm paying you today. I mean, do you really want to kick over that anthill? All we're doing at this point in time is recognizing the fact that they sold it 10, 15 years ago, correct?
Basically, yes.
That's correct.
And I think that the reason this came up is because we had public comment that has some degree of merit, in my opinion, that if there is any opportunity to do anything to clean up some of this without having to go back to total renegotiation, this is the time to do it. And getting a second opinion on whether or not we have any leg to stand on there has some validity in my mind. Even if the answer is no, at least we've got a clearer answer.
So I guess I'd like to go forward with this and see what happens. That would be my vote.
Okay.
Then you need to make a motion.
Because technically this is a tabled motion, and this right here is just a discussion item. So if the goal,
I make a motion that we decide on whether to go pursue retaining Lewis, Longman, and Walker for the purpose of checking out the $10 million debt we have with Fifth Third and the Tanglewood agreement. Anybody want to second that?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Let's take a vote. Well, I guess we would probably need to have public comment.
Any public comment?
Supervisor Stiegel,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
No.
Supervisor Hotelling,
Yes.
President Branson.
Yes.
All right, so we'll come back with I'll get an engagement letter with Lewis, Longman, Walker, and come back. Oh, no, yeah, Tina can,
I can take
because
care
it's
of
going to be under 10,000.
Yeah,
So
I can take care of that.
we'll take care of that.
Petitions and communications?
None.
Staff reports?
I don't think, no staff reports.
No staff reports. General counsel report?
Okay, so we talked about, what is it, Unit 12, where our DFC is. We have some motion on that. We've got service on all 3 banks. Well, we definitely have service on 2 banks. We've got 3 returns of service, but one of the returns of service may have a technical issue. Reached out to the counsel for Bank of New York Mellon to see if it's going to be a issue that may require reservice or something like that. But the other 2 banks that we have good service on, we've submitted our motions for default, and those will probably be entered sometime next week. So we're progressing, pretty quickly towards a conclusion, or at least a default judgment, where we'll be able to have a foreclosure sale initiated. The land use revisions that we talked about with our tiny house issues, we had I think the last meeting we discussed, we had gotten a communication from the county attorney. I've responded to that with some of our own concerns about the issues that they raised. My understanding that Tana talked to Commissioner Handley, and we're going to get a meeting set up in the near future to go over those concerns and get this thing moving forward. Basically, one of the concerns was that someone felt that there was going to be a need for us to have permission from all the landowners. In my opinion, the case law and does not support that. A municipality or a county government has every right to make changes to zoning based on their police power. So we're just going to address those concerns and hopefully get it before the commission for a vote. I think that's, as I mentioned earlier, I got a conference in Orlando, so after the discussion to and from the board before the budget workshop, I'll be leaving if that's okay with you guys.
David, do you see this, excuse me, Tanya, this argument with the county lawyer is here we go again with 2 lawyers disagreeing. I mean, I cannot believe.
No, and like I say, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but it wasn't the county attorney that had the issue. It was another county employee, and I think that once I sit down with the county attorney and some of the other people that are involved, especially with the research that I've already done, I think we can alleviate those fears.
Good. Thank you.
General manager's report?
Yes, just a couple project updates. The final drainage project for this fiscal year will be bidded out next week and advertised for bid, and that's for the Gerona culverts and the Columbus swale cleaning. We'll bring that back to you for award on June 28th. The estimated cost for that project is $95,000. So that's the last of our drainage projects for this fiscal year. The Kitchen and Lanai expansion is scheduled to begin on June 3rd. We are going to have a pre-construction meeting with the contractor on May 20th, along with the kitchen equipment provider with Beltram. So we'll know more details after we finish up with that meeting on May 20th. The Recreation and Parks Advisory Committee meeting is Thursday, May 16th, so I'll be presenting the shuffleboard project to them during that meeting. This week I received a proposal for a traffic study. I'm currently reviewing the proposal, and Drew also has it as well. I'll be sending that to the board early next week just for your, we have a map that coordinates with the traffic study, so you can at least see what we have in place. Or we won't be doing anything, it's just we've received the proposal, so that's all.
Tanya, did you mention to me that this traffic study was something like $27,500?
It's added up to $24,750.
Do you know how many speed bumps we could buy with just that study?
How many speed bumps we have?
No, how many speed bumps we could buy for a $24,000 for a study? Okay.
We can buy a lot of speed bumps.
Okay.
More than we have requested so far.
That's only so far.
That ain't gonna fly.
The guy on Cantoria wants 3.
Well, we can buy 20 of them. Sorry. That study.
Sorry. Hang on a second, Cliff. Unfinished business.
None. None.
Okay.
New business.
Public comment.
Public comment. Cliff.
Cliffwood resident. I'm also on the board of the Manor Hill Property Owners Association. We were given to believe that a drainage project for the northwest quadrant of Manor Hill was in the budget for this year. And yes, unless I misunderstood, the projects that were now on the docket to be done this year didn't cover that. I'm wondering what's going on. We were assured that that was in the budget.
So, I mean, I have trouble hearing you. So you had a project that you thought was going to be done and it hasn't been? Is that what you're saying?
The report that was just given on the drainage project, unless I misunderstood, I didn't hear anything said about Manor Hill.
This is the second part of the drainage.
Pardon?
We've already approved, 2/3 of the drainage? This is the remainder of the balance for this year. I don't know in the first... Does anybody have the drainage thing with them? Manor Hill may be in the first part of it that we've already approved. I don't know. I don't have it with me.
We can ask Tanya when she gets back.
Okay.
I mean, totally, I think we're throwing in like close to $300,000 for drainage this year.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've been told by Mike that was on the docket.
Okay, that's who told you that it was in the budget, was Mike.
Pardon?
Mike Hurley told you it was in the budget?
Yes.
Okay.
It probably is in the first part then that we've already approved, but we can ask.
Okay. That. We
have. Hang on.
We have two other.
We've got the budget right here.
He's got it.
It's not broken out that way.
You know what street it was?
It would be the northwest corner of Monza and Monza, where the northwest corner of that circular drive. There's one area there where the street floods for about 100 yards, 6 or 8 inches deep.
If you want, I'll ask Curly this afternoon, and then I'll get back to you. How's that?
Or Tanya might know.
What, Tanya, you know?
Yeah, she might.
He's got a question about drainage on Monza and Monza. Do you know if we've approved that, or I got to call Mike, right?
Unit 13.
Can I get back to you?
Sure.
Well, I'll call Mike. I'll call Mike and find out.
There's a couple other minor areas, but that's the one that screams out.
Unit 13, the Edgewater main, all of that ditch that goes out of Edgewater all the way down, so that may take care of what you're talking about. I don't know.
The problem is that there's some kind of a blockage between that northwest corner and the pond on the 16th hole of Deer Run. That all drains into that pond and around the circle out west of Cortez. Pardon?
This goes all the way from Lake Granada all the way to the pond on 16.
All the way to the pond on 16, yes.
That's in the budget.
That's in the budget. They've already started, but not that section of the drainage project. They're finishing up on Canada Drive and Fettuccine.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bill Norcross, resident again. I have a kind of a question here that I think Mike Gilpin also questioned just a little while ago about $24,000 for a study. You know, I agree that, you know, maybe the DOT could do a study here free. Maybe that's an option. But to me, when you're going to have a police detail here for $13,000 a year, and a study for $24,000 a year, I think it would be a good idea if those figures were flipped. In other words, $24,000 for police protection and $13,000 for a study. It seems to be more reasonable. I understand that, you know, it's always good to have a traffic rerouted or the option they can have and new lights or speed signs or solar detection as far as your speed, but let's just say $24,000 for a study. It, to me, is just it's a little high, I think. Thank you.
Supervisors, I did reach out to FDOT in the beginning. I made numerous phone calls. I have an email without responses. That was my first idea, is to reach out to them for assistance. But just to let you know.
Any additional public comment? Discussion to and from the board?
I've just got one comment that I noticed in the paper on tourism and training, and I guess I was a little surprised. Maybe I shouldn't have been, but Sun and Lake wasn't even in the top 10 of tourist draws to Highlands County. So I think that's maybe something that we can address with the marketing team that's working on the program, is how do we get higher ranking and more visibility?
I'd like to see that at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Like everything else, we can pay additional money to get it done. We're not sending them enough in taxes. I hate Mr. Hanley's not here to hear that discussion about the sheriff's office that seems to can't find Sun and Lake.
Anything additional to and from the board?
I think I've caused enough trouble for one day.
We'll adjourn the regular meeting and take a 5-minute break and start the workshop. All right, can we reconvene here and start the workshop? All right, this is budget discussion number 1 for the golf fund. And Cliff, I'll let you start.
All right, thank you. This is the first meeting, and really the idea of this first budget workshop is really the main thing is to finalize a budget at the end of the day, or really not today, but give us some direction to bring you the next draft. And really, there's a lot of topics that relate to every department and everything, whether it's prices or policy or, you know, capitals, everything we'll talk about a little bit today, but it all really relates to us getting to that final budget number. So it's nothing is in stone. These are just kind of initial recommendations, and we'll go from there. And Joe, I don't know, I'll just go ahead and start and kind of go by department if you like, and I'll let Earl kind of get started first, and if you'd like to go another direction, just kind of let me know. But just because there's so many small little issues, it's going to sound a little like we're scatter shooting, but I just don't see any other way to kind of do it, but just kind of jump in and get going. So, maintenance, Earl, you want to go?
Sure. Do you want me to go? We're not going lawnmower. No. Okay. Oh, it's loud. Sorry about that. Wake up, everybody. Wow. All right. So I'm going to hit some of the items that we stayed pretty steady with the budget. The main difference in the overall number is the overseed to turtle fairways, which includes the cost of the seed and the cost of some fungicide that has to be done in doing that. We continued our tree removal of the mainly diseased, dying pine trees out around the golf course. So that stayed the same over the last 2 years. Which
we still have a pass. Yeah. We still have a pass coming in this budget year to do some more of them. Is that correct?
We do, and then we have obviously the third installment would be scheduled. September, October, kind of similar to what we did last year, so with the goal being trying to get all the dead stuff out before we get back to season again. Obviously, since we started this, our number was quite a bit more as far as trees that died around both golf courses than initially we had kind of looked at. But
wouldn't we be better to do that when the course is closed during the summer closures?
I'm happy to do that. It's just the way our budget worked out. That's kind of where we were. We actually went a little bit over on the round that we had scheduled for this year. My plan in talking to Cliff was we're doing pretty good right now in relation to our overall budget, and if I can find a little bit of money, which I believe I will be able to, we'll do some of that this summer. But I'm not far enough along into with all that we've got going on with the various projects and things like that to be able to do that. So
I'm trying to follow along. Where are we?
Page 15. Sorry.
Oh, we're on page
Golf
15?
maintenance.
And Earl, I don't know if we're going to discuss it, but you kind of skipped over the overseeding.
Yeah, I'll go into that as well.
You're going into it later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's actually the next topic up. Discussions amongst us as a management team and in reviewing this past season, the main complaint that we had as it related to the golf courses and playability was the fairways, primarily on turtle. So we discussed the possibility and the viability of overseeding both the golf courses. We looked at it from both a budget aspect and a need as far as turf health and things like that. And so my recommendation to Cliff and to the board is that we would oversee Turtle Run fairways this coming season. I've added the cost for the added ryegrass. It's about 9,800 pounds of ryegrass, as well as some supported labor to do that process, and some fertilizer and chemicals to help get it established, and also fungicide to help protect against disease pressure that you'll have with that. So based on the amount of play and what we get on that golf course, I think it's probably from a protection standpoint and a playability for everybody, but especially for people that are here, January to May. I think we can give a better product, protect the golf course a little bit so we don't get some of the wear areas.
Earl, you're doing just the fairways, not the tee boxes?
This has money in there to do the tee boxes, same as we did this past year. If I can get the tees into shape similar to what I had on Deer Run, we may not do that, but I just didn't feel comfortable going into the season that those tees could withstand the traffic. They're a little bit smaller
acreage as far as tees and being able to move them around. So that'll really be a call made, as we get deeper into fall, and it's going to be based solely on turf health and what I feel like we can get away with. I would prefer to, kind of have the same setup we had on deer, but it really just depends on the turf.
Earl, I have a couple of questions. When you want to get to that on the overseeding and stuff.
Sure, we can go ahead. I'm happy to.
Oh, okay. Just because the board has not. The only way I know you're overseeding is reading the golf committee. I mean, you have not talked to us about this, so, which that disturbs me just a little, but that's all right. My question is, we haven't overseeded for 4 years, and it's been very good. What happened this year that we have problems on the fairways? And I'm in favor of doing it, but I just want you, because you guys are the ones that's supposed to know.
Sure.
But why did it happen this year and not the past? Plus, if we overseed this year and they end up terrible again, I won't be in favor of it because it's very costly.
Sure.
And I'm just wondering why all of a sudden we have to overseed, and this is the 4th year we haven't. Or 5th for turtle. I think we did deer. Just one that, okay?
Let me say, for one, we don't have to overseed. This is a recommendation I'm making to the board based on the 2 years that I've been here. I can't speak to 3 years ago, but I know for the 2 years I've been here, both seasons fairways have been an issue, primarily on Turtle Run. This year was a little bit worse. I can't specifically tell you why they were thinner or thinned out more than they did the year before. I do know the first year that I came here, I came in December. We had some water issues, things that happened with the pump station. Yeah. So there were a lot of thin areas on Turtle Run that year. I attributed most of that to the fact that the turf wasn't super healthy going into the season. Without being here until December, it was hard for me to say, but I got the same feedback from the general membership the first year I was here, which is there's not enough grass, holes 17, the whole area on the right side. I mean, it was dirt, essentially. We made a lot of progress in the summer last summer. All I heard was it's the best fairways I've ever been. We've got grass where we've never had it. So I felt pretty comfortable, even though I had stated over and over in our committee meetings that we weren't doing all the things I would like to do from an aerification standpoint and things of that nature. But I still felt pretty comfortable going into the season. I don't know if it's play. I can't give you a specific reason why. I just know that from my standpoint, when we've done it all we can do agronomically with the tools we have. Now we do have more tools in our toolbox now. We have a aerifier and a slicer and things that we will take full advantage of this season. With that said, the only way I can guarantee you a good product from January 1 to May 15th is with the amount of play. If we stay on pace with the play that we've had the 2 years that I've been here, the only way I can give you a lush fairway, which is what I've heard over and over and over, is to overseed it. So okay. The reason you probably, I don't know, we've discussed it quite a bit internally. My impression was that the reason I was, bringing this today was to kind of explain how I came about it, where we're at. You guys are the ones that make the decision if you want me to do it or not. I'm just telling you, if we do it, which would be my recommendation, this is what it's going to cost. And if we choose not to do it, I'm happy with that too. There's arguments both for and against it, they both have validity. I'm going from my experience at another private club that did not have near the traffic issues that we had because we did 30,000 rounds of golf over 36 holes. So it wasn't from a protection standpoint as I'm kind of bringing up here. It was a straight playability. When my people in Connecticut came down here, they wanted to have a lush fairway. They didn't want to hear that it's the off season and the grass isn't actively growing and yada, yada, yada. So, but we did it year over year. There are items coming out of transition with our schedule and having typically having a closed period where we can go in. I don't foresee that being a huge issue that would affect the people that are here year round, because the argument is always, well, I'm here year round. I don't want it messed up for me because we're trying to. Yeah. I think we can effectively have a good product for both. It's frustrating from my end when we had the golf course in pretty good shape, greens were good, and the only thing I ever get is how bad the fairways are. So obviously in my mind, if I've got an issue like that, I want to do what I can to try to make that better. Right.
I don't have anything against it. I really don't, other than the people I play with, there's not many of them complain too much about the fairways, but I just wanted to tell you if we do it and it don't work, I'm not going to be in favor of it because.
Sure. And listen, when we talked in general, and I've talked to a lot of members, and we talked obviously to the Green Committee, and we actually went through and said, would you do it or not? Are you in favor or not? Yep. People that have been here 20 years that have seen it both ways, it was 5-5. We asked 10 people, it was 5-4 and 5 against. There were 2 people who wanted to do both golf courses wall to wall, and then there were people who didn't want to do either golf course. So I don't think from a standpoint of appeasing everybody, it's not going to happen.
And would this be done during the closure of Turtle?
No, it has to be done late into the
that's
fall.
What I'm seeing. And that's what was my gripe when I first got here. You totally destroyed the golf courses in September.
Well, and there is an aspect of you have to deal with, when you initially put it down, you got to run a lot of water, and it's not a seamless, perfect thing. I think for the overall for season, it's probably worth the pain that you go through to get it done. But again, I'm here to do the best I can with both. We may go through the summer and get the grass really healthy and do the things that we maybe couldn't do last year, and we could do it. I can't tell you that.
In what month would you be doing it?
I'm trying to give you the options and tell you what I would do if it were my golf course.
Yeah.
But
what month will you do it?
It's somewhat weather-based. We would shoot target-wise for sometime in late November, early December. But it's all based on weather. If it turns off cold sooner and we're trying to get it out in front of our heavier play, maybe we look at doing it.
Well, the reason I ask is I'm going to be asking. I don't mind. You guys know what you're supposed to know what you're doing. But sure. When they ask me, I want to be able to tell them.
Ideally, we would do it right around Thanksgiving.
Okay, very good. That's all I had.
If we approve the budget with this in it and you make the determination in November that we really don't need to do that, I assume you wouldn't do it just because it's in the budget. So that's kind of...
Absolutely, because I didn't do deer tees this year because I felt like, and I think I saw you out on the golf course one day when I was kind of going around. I said, here's kind of what I'm thinking. I haven't decided yet, but and our budget reflects that we did not use I think we had 12,000 allotted. We've spent 5,000. So I'm definitely, I'm open to doing what's best for the golf course and for Sun and Lake. And if we have a great summer and I feel much better, I'll tell you, But right now, if you're asking me coming out of the season, I would tell you, let's do it.
Yeah, you thought we were in pretty good shape heading into the season last year.
Well, I think everybody felt like we were good, but... 2 months in, we were like,
well,
what are we doing?
The year you came, which would have been 17, December of 17,
mm-hmm.
you had 2 fairways on Turtle that were pretty abysmal, pretty much like they are now. They were that way because it got fungus, and it killed everything. Because it wasn't, in my opinion, it wasn't treated in a timely manner. And I don't know that was the case this year. I'm not saying that at all, but I am saying that they were pretty darn good the year before that when we didn't have the fungus issue. turtle was good enough, their fairways were good enough when we used to oversee deer that's why we stopped overseeing deer, because turtles was that good.
And see, that again, I can't speak to the past, and you guys who've been here, you know, I would love to say I can get them good and keep them good. Obviously, that's the goal. Just sitting here coming out of 2 years, both years that's been really the only complaint I've gotten on the golf courses has been.
Only reason you didn't get complaints on the traps was because the fairways were so bad. So you would have been catching.
So we'll fix that and we'll work on traps.
That's right. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. I think it's appropriate to put it in there so that we have the opportunity if you decide to do it.
And I do think, obviously, as we go through summer, we should review it, at meetings and talk about it and kind of see where we're at. But I was asked to look at it, so that's, where we landed.
You'll make a lot of Canadians very happy, I'm sure.
Yes, and if you ask them, 10 people, it would be 10 that say do it. But the rest of the stuff, again, we continue to use growth regulators at a high rate on both the greens, both sets of greens. That's how we've kind of overcame some of the slower speed issues. So that's continued in here line item wise. Wetting agents, same issue. We're increasingly using those more and more around the golf course itself, not just on greens. A lot of the knobs and high sand areas on turtle, we are putting those out. Greens fertilizer program staying the same. It's been the last 2 years, which was a pretty significant increase over what we had done in the past, but it's frankly what we have to do to keep them at the level they are. And then pre-emergent applications I talked a lot about last year. I keep bumping that up a little bit as we go, trying to, just, again, work out. I feel pretty good with where we've gotten to on green surrounds and things like that, but we're now starting to try to work out from fairway edges and things like that and just continue to clean the golf course up. I had talked about last year, it's not a 1 year process. It's over and over chasing goosegrass primarily and signal grass, and we have made some headway in that. Not as much as I would like, but we are at least in the right direction, I feel like. So those are the primary changes to the budget. Everything else has stayed pretty level, with a few tweaks here and there. But if you guys have specific questions on anything, labor, I think we bumped up just a hair, which was, and I talked about labor a little bit at Green Committee the other day, just because it continues to be my biggest hurdle to overcome, and trying to push to get the golf courses a little better, a little more detailed, be able to pull off some of the projects and things we want to do. So we're going to adjust how we do some of that, utilize some different options as far as labor go to try to increase our pool, if you will. So that's reflected in the budget. I think it was, help me out, Cliff, if it's 3% or what we did. I don't even know what page. Yeah, 10,000 overall on the labor. So
is that more people or
it's not necessarily more people. It's trying to. It's actually probably will equate to being a few less bodies, but a higher quality labor.
Paying more money.
That's the reality.
That's what I want.
With the way construction is and the way the economy is right now, just we've got to fight people a little more. We did add also an irrigation technician, if you will. He kind of wears a lot of hats. It was a person on our crew who was very good and wanted to learn and wanted to, made himself available to us, all hours pretty much. And so we've bumped him up, given him a raise, and have utilized him in some different areas, but primarily to try to do a better job with our irrigation and things like that. So that's reflected in this budget as well.
Just one more question, because I got to ask. I love the new irrigation thing we have, but is that the reason it was brought up? Is they thought, are you closing Turtle this week? Because they were doing it while we were out there playing. Is that something you can't do during the closure, or is it this is the time to do it? Or I don't care either way. I just got to ask a question. They were aerating the fairways.
No, that was and again, I guess we have to look at how we communicate. But I pretty much said coming out of season that we were going to start as soon as we got our equipment here, and so we pretty much from the day that the air fire got here, we've done holes on deer as well. We went and tried to do all the high traffic areas coming off of Cart Pass, and we've done turtle back nine fairways once totally, and then we were out yesterday doing a couple more. That is something we'll do much more aggressive and tighter spacing and bigger times when we're closed, but just because of the condition, and trying to get them recovered as quickly as possible, we've pretty much ran that machine nonstop.
Just so you know, I just get asked so many questions that I have no idea why we do stuff when we do it, and I just would like to know that I can answer them. But they thought that was something you'd probably do when we closed them down. But.
And the answer is yes, we will, and we'll do it a lot more aggressive.
Okay.
We're just trying to get them back as quick as we can so that people have a good product.
You're playing a lot of catch up too that haven't been done in the past just because we didn't have the equipment.
Yes.
So you might
to give an example, last summer, the entire summer, we did turtle fairways one time. We'll do them 5 or 6 times this summer. Good. That's my goal. Okay. That's why, to answer the questions, and we were talking about overseed earlier, do I think we'll be better and be in a better spot and maybe not have to overseed? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I just can't tell you that sitting here today because I don't know weather and what the summer holds and things like that. But a golf course with the amount of play that we have should never go a season without doing it at least 3 times. And my understanding is we went several years without doing it at all. So,
is there consideration? 3 years ago, we broadcast Milorganite or its equivalent to try to improve the matter that's in the fairways. I mean, it's sugar sand. It's amazing. I had no clue until they started Hornick's new place over there. That dirt is black, which is what Deer Run is. I just assumed it's because Deer Run.
It's a lot of it is just straight soil type, and the reason the front 9 is better on turtle than the back 9 is the back 9 is primarily where they dug out all the ponds and created mounds and rolls and all that type of stuff. So what you're talking about is they did start several years ago using, it's basically sludge. It's equivalent to Milorganite to try to get more organic into a lot of those areas, and it did help. We did do that last summer. We are doing it again this summer. The product we're going to use this summer is a little bit different in that it has some other stuff added into it. It has an actual wetting agent added with it to help try to retain water as well. So we will do that. We're kind of narrowing it down a little more to doing it on specific holes. Hole number 11 and 10 come to mind. There's some spots on 16 and 15. So we'll continue that because it's, obviously it has helped, help those areas. So.
Okay.
I also know there's an issue with the right side of 17 on turtle, and I don't know a solution, but You know, I don't know why we wouldn't think about making that a waste bunker. 'Cause, you know, I don't think you're ever going to be able to grow grass on it.
Yeah, 17 is one that I probably will come back to the board at some point this summer and talk about an idea that I have, you know, for working on that hole that would help alleviate a lot of the traffic, especially because we have golf traffic when you're out playing golf, and then we have traffic when you're driving to and from a shotgun or going out to the hole that you're getting started on. That traffic we should be able to eliminate and really work on a hole like 17. So I do have some ideas on that once I'm able to kind of detail it out and give you a cost estimate that I would bring forward, both on that hole and hole 17 on Deer Run. So, but those I'll bring at another board meeting, and it'll be stuff that hopefully primarily I can work into my operating budget. It's not where I'm going to be coming asking you for money to do it. I'm just going to be coming trying to communicate with you what I'd like to do and get you guys to say you agree.
I'm not sure how much dynamite it would take to blow up 17 on Deer Run, but I'd vote for that one.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
That's the only question I have. What?
I know you got a question, Shirley.
For you?
Yeah.
I don't have any question. Why?
I just wanted to make sure I covered everybody.
I have questions for the guy next to you, but not for you.
Yeah, but Earl did a really good job managing his expenses this year, and you can kind of notice a lot of the savings were in seed, kind of what he just talked about. We decided really not to do that overseeding of some of the tee boxes, gasoline prices, just having diesel prices that are a little bit cheaper, and then the equipment maintenance and repair. Since we were knowing about the leased equipment, we were just doing as little as possible to just get the equipment that we were trading in on the truck without doing as many in repairs as we can. So he just did a great job controlling expenses, and you know that's kind of a big part of our savings that we're going to see through the year. But like I said, he's going to spend a little bit more money here coming up.
I would have to say too, and I neglected to do so, that the plantings on the golf course and in front of the clubhouse really do add to the image of the club, put it that way.
And we'll talk about that when we get to capitals, because we've
what he's already done.
Well, we've kind of had we've really tried to make a focus on first impression stuff and some of and I mean, you can kind of tell. I mean, and we're still working on it. We're still working on it.
Well, while we're looking at the numbers, I raised this with Tanya when we met. I don't know how the rest of you feel about it, because you've been looking at these numbers more years than I have, but the percentage change is last year's budget to this year's budget. And to me, the percentage change would make more sense from this year's estimate to this year's budget.
Agreed.
So,
yeah, I agree. The last year's budget, it's just the way the form is, but last year's budget.
Yeah. Once you've been sandbagged, it lasts forever. So.
You want? Wait.
I would like to see that change made.
Nope, we're going to make that change, yes.
I agree totally.
Okay. Any more questions for Earl? We'll go to Andy and start talking about golf and golf rates and.
So you're gonna take care of the capital conversation for Earl?
Capitals. Yeah.
Conversation that pertains to Earl?
He's not leaving, are you?
Oh, I thought he was leaving. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, we'll get to capitals. We'll do capitals last. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about rates and membership rates. So I guess we can talk about membership rates first.
Okay.
One more forward. There you go. So when I initially did this, I really tried to just simplify it and make a 3% increase across the board, but really I had, and my bad, I had really forgotten about some of our conversations that we had last year, and really the direction last year was really not much changes, but where we were going to work on the 80 and over 85 and work on hitting those to a certain goal, back to 20%. So I guess I'm kind of changing what I'm recommending after I realized what we're talking about. As our membership ages, we really have, every year it seems like, we're going from the average age being 76 to 77 to 78. It just seems to be just kind of every year it just seems to go up. And pretty soon and every year we tend to have more and more over 80 and over 85. And the board decided last time that we needed to just kind of work on those rates. They were a little bit out of whack with the rest of our rates. And so I guess my recommendation now is to go ahead and continue to bump that 80 and 85 up. But also do some type of cost of living increase. I've also heard, I wish we wouldn't have done one big increase across the board and kind of continued to increase them on a yearly basis. So I guess we can open it up for discussion. And so I guess that's what I'm recommending, kind of go over 80 and 85 and then maybe a smaller increase to just to address cost of living.
Well, if we went by last year's conversation, how we left it last year, doesn't mean that's how we're going to do it. But in my mind, we would be changing the family over 80 closer to 20%. It's at 30, and we said we would get it closer to 20. And we said last year we may not be able to do it in 1 year. We might have to do it in 2 years. So my recommendation would be to take it to 25%. On the family over 85, where it's 39 right now, I would take that to 35%.
Can you? Okay.
And then as far as raising everybody else, I wouldn't. I would leave it like it is, like they are. That's kind of how we left it last year, and I'm still in favor of that. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Yeah, I was under the impression that we were going to work on those two, 80 and 85, and then not raise the rates. But
yeah, Omar's going to pull it up, and he's going to show us
Yeah,
what those increases will be, okay? So
because they were so out of whack, the over 80. So
yeah, and we had some increases, and we had some large increases last year, and we took a little heat from it.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I agree with Mike. I see no reason to change what we were going to do from last year.
My expenses just always continue to increase. I'm just a cost of living increases. In my previous positions, that's how we always handled membership. There was always a small increase on a year-to-year basis.
Help me understand what you're saying, Ray. You want to give a 25% discount to 80, correct?
Well, the family over 80 right now, I would change that from 30 to 25 with the hopes next year of getting them to 20.
So that would
which
take
was
them.
the goal we had.
Okay, so that would take them from 32 basically to 34.27, a couple $100. If you didn't change.
Yeah, 1% is $45. So
if you didn't change the full family, it would.
Am I changing it 5 points?
If you don't change the full family.
So the increase for the family over 80 right now is $95.98. If we were to increase it or use the 25%, then it would be what? $200 what? $228 increase.
Excuse me.
And the over 85 would in essence be the same thing because you're changing it 5% based on the full family, so it's 228.
Yeah, it would just be a little less. Or do you want to try and do it over a 3-year period? If is that too high?
I don't know. I don't think we've just decided yet. Do we?
I think what we want to avoid is what we saw this year, which is a fairly significant transition of family memberships to singles.
Right.
And singles to 5-month. So we don't want to incent the over 80 people to do that. So breaking this down into smaller chunks over a longer period of time, I think might maybe avert some of that, if not all of it. Instead of 5%, you go 2.5%, and do it over 4 years.
So it'd go up $100 when 110 when nobody else's went up. He said 2.5%, so whatever that is, but.
Why don't you just do 3, 3, and 4? We'll do it. We'll say it takes 3 more years to do it, and go 3, 3, and 4. And do it that way.
I guess your only issue, or looking down the road, if you don't increase at all this year, then you're going to increase at some point in time 4% on those when you increase everybody else too, and so your increase is going to be higher.
So knocking those two down, leaving everything else the same. Right now, the revenue projection is right at $1 million, and we kept the budget the same at $1,008,000. It would knock down between $976.
I'm not looking at the total. I'm looking at what's fair for the 2 age groups. So
I have an aversion. I have an aversion to not increasing dues at least a little bit, just because cost increase. You just can't simply, and if you do it 1% a year for 5 years, nobody's too excited. If you do it 0% for 4 years and then go up 5, then everybody's mad. So I think you're better off to do a 1% overall and then go up the 3% on 2.5%, 3% on the 80 and 85. That would be my.
Yeah, because didn't we last year, we raised everybody 5 except the 80 and 85? I mean, that's what we did, right? They didn't get the increase that everybody else did.
they got a bigger one.
Yeah.
No, they got
more.
They got more.
But
They got a bigger
it put it back in perspective. Yeah.
Everybody got a minimum of 5 last
Right.
year.
I think the 80 and 85s were 8, if I remember right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was 8.
So.
1% is $10,000. That's what we said last year.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Just philosophically.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think too, with our competitors, say Spring Lake that's 36 holes and Highlands Ridge that's 36 holes, regardless of what increase you do, we're still a fabulous deal in the county.
Yeah, I don't even consider them competition.
No,
really.
they're it's close to $6,000 for
Yeah.
a family over there at Highlands Ridge. I mean, and same down south.
Yeah.
I don't know what Pinecrest is going to charge to you.
You know what? I don't know. I don't know with their new.
I do want to question on the family memberships. We've got to be careful. Our family memberships came down last year.
A lot of that's what Joe was saying.
And our single memberships went up.
Right.
So, let's not cut our nose off and raise the family and create more singles and lose money that way either. I mean, it's a tough call. But I think to give everybody a year off and not raise them is not the end of the world.
Well, my issue with this whole deal is that, be careful how I say this, we are prepaid greens fee players. There is no other benefit to us than getting to play golf. None. I can't think of one. So everybody's going to look at it and say, well, I'm played so many times and this is how much it cost me, or I can go pay whatever the greens fee is. So you just always have to keep that up. Keep that in mind. If there's a benefit to being a member that I know about, or that there is one, I don't know about it.
There's the associations in particular, the social aspect of the member groups and the MGA, the WGA, the LGA,
which Sun and Lake doesn't have a darn thing to do with. That's the members all do that. I mean, that's
right, but you can't join those associations without being a member.
Right.
So.
But if you're a golf member, you do get member at the pool, the fitness.
You do.
So there are those extra benefits.
I haven't been in that pool ever.
Yeah.
You know, that's window dressing in my opinion. But, you know, we need to work on that. But just keep in mind, I would say we ought to increase it a minimal amount.
No, I'm sorry, my wife has to pay for the pool. She's not a member.
Why ain't your family member?
She didn't click on it.
See, Neil, what's happened is we've had a lot of the ladies dropped out.
Yeah.
What's that?
A lot of the ladies have dropped out and not joined, and we've kind of made it okay because we let them play in 12 or 13 couples tournaments without being a member, and that's been the whole crux of all what's been going on is we're letting these ladies play, which you can argue all day either way, but they don't have to join. They can still get to play in tournaments.
That's a conversation for the MGA.
Yeah. So,
They're the ones that set
but-
those rules.
well, I guess they could set them, but we would set
We
the
could
right.
override.
We could override it, that's for sure.
You can override.
I'm not sure you want to go there.
Yeah,
I didn't say I wanted to go there. I just said
No.
we could.
I'm not voting against the ladies, forget it. I will abstain on that vote.
It's another good old boys group we have to deal with.
You tell the ladies.
But,
Well, let's decide what we want to do, because we're close.
We're close. And
As opposed to
one more
17 hours.
thing to talk about and decide, and that I really hadn't, and really staying pretty consistent to the number of members going from 303 to 300. I was just really basically kind of following that trend of all the people that have dropped out because of health issues. And Neil has kind of brought this up yesterday. We've been going along year after year with 25, 26, 27 new homes a year. With all the new constructions that we're doing 60 plus homes this year. Am I light on my forecast about number of members? Actually, initially, the answer is probably yes. So I think that number should probably go up a little bit. I mean, of the 60 new homes, how many of those are going to turn out to be memberships? So 10%, 6? I don't know, but I think that number needs to go up a little bit. But
well, even if they do, they're going to be free unless we change that for the first year. So
we're going to talk about that next. That's the next item of discussion.
I don't want to go there.
We'll get their $1,000 trail fee or whatever.
Let's decide on this, shall we? Do we
Yes.
want to raise with the exception of the over 80 and the over 85 conversation, do we want to raise anybody else? Let's just make a decision. I say no.
I would raise everybody one.
You say one. I say no.
I say one.
You say one.
I'd say one.
Okay, Mike, what do you want to do?
No.
Okay, we're going to raise everybody 1%. What? On what? Why is everybody looking weird? We got 3 people that said it.
Okay, and
Yeah.
the
3 of them want to do it, they do it.
What about the 80?
80 and 85, we're doing 3%.
Well, I don't know. 80, 85, what do you want to do? Somebody start.
I say 2.5 plus the 1.
Can't you round it off?
3.5.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that's fine.
My proposal is 3.5, yes.
I concur.
Now, if you
Yeah.
do 3.5, there's still going to be 7% variance between.
7.5.
What?
7.5.
It'll be 7.5. So we're really not closing the gap much.
Closing at 2.5. It takes it 4 years.
Close the gap in 4 years at that rate.
Which means the whole process would have taken 5 years.
Right.
Fine.
Okay, and one more thing to make it more complicated. I'm sorry, and I would like to keep the junior and the summer memberships without an increase.
No.
Just because I can. That $7.99 number is so much more of a marketable number. We're only selling 7 of them, so an increase of just a few bucks. The $7.99 is so much easier for me to advertise and sell. And the youth memberships.
You're selling a lot. You sold 7 of them.
Well, but instead of saying 823, it's 799. It's just a much easier marketable number.
What if we did next year 899? No, I'm just kidding.
I say it because I think it matters. I mean, that number.
Negligible
You know,
amount.
if we can get people, even if it's 7 to 10 summer members, at least it gets them here experience in the club, and maybe down the road, we turn them into executive members or full-time members. It gets them in the door. You can start, you know.
So we're going to raise everybody 1% with the exception of, which one?
Juniors and summer.
Youth membership and summer single?
No, junior executive and...
Junior
summer
executive?
No, the youth, the
youth.
18 and under, the kid membership that we've got 2 or 3 or 4 members.
Am I missing it? I don't see it.
All right, we're talking junior executive and we're talking summer
No,
single?
no. We're talking the youth membership and the summer single.
Why would you not want to change the youth membership?
Youth membership.
What's the difference between $329 and $339?
Youth membership's $319.
I think the more juniors we have playing golf, the better it's going to be, and the more we raise the fee, the less junior members we're going to have.
We got 2 right now in the youth membership.
1% would be $3.
Then why raise the rate?
We got 2. Right.
Oh, come on, we're arguing about $3.
We cannot. We were just recommending that we don't. You want to raise them, we'll raise them.
I don't care.
Cliff, I played golf with 2 guys from Tanglewood that joined the summer.
Yeah.
And they're thinking about becoming full members, so.
You guys were recommending that you raise them 3%. You were. You recommended 3%. We're saying you only have to raise them 1%.
I understand the marketing aspect, and
Right.
I'm good with that.
Isn't that correct? You on your sheet, you have them going up 3%.
I did.
So we're telling you we'll save you 2%. What a deal we gave you.
Actually, no, he isn't. He had it down here.
I had it written down wrong, and
you had it written
I made an error.
You had it as $7.99.
I had it at $7.99.
Stay in it, $7.99.
But I didn't do it on the sheet.
It is on my sheet.
Yeah, I got it flat on my sheet.
Yeah, that's right.
That's good.
It's right, exactly what you
The youth
said.
I didn't do right.
You put the exception in there. It's on the page.
Okay, so we're leaving youth and summer at this year's rate.
Great, thank you.
Oh, we're not raising them at all?
That's what he's suggesting. Yes.
And I'll increase the count to 306.
It's no money. I mean, it doesn't matter.
So you're going to take that 10 to 16? Is that what you're
Junior
doing?
and summer.
On the count?
The total.
We'll figure it out, right?
I'll spread them out a little bit.
Junior and
The total I'll increase by 6 memberships.
It's fine. It's going to be what it's going to be anyway.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I mean, look what happened this year. Okay, next, let's talk about the free membership program.
I want to talk about that. I'll tell you what happened last year. June of last year, I brought up, let's talk about the membership program. And I was told, it's not a budget issue, we'll talk about it in December. And in December, we voted on it. And the vote was 3-1, and I lost the vote, that we would continue with the program. So why do I want to talk about it this year? Since I wasn't allowed to do it last year.
It's a new year. It's a new day, right?
It's a new day. It's a new day.
I think we talk about it in December when it's up.
We reconsidered and we thought you was right.
I know I was right, but I just want everybody to admit that they've reconsidered, that perhaps they voted incorrectly.
I just did.
Okay.
I want to keep it the same.
So, if you look at that sheet, and really when I first looked at it too, and kind of as you go in the trend towards the bottom and it just says no, 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 I said, this is nuts. Why are we doing this? But really there's a lot of these members, and I'm not saying yay or nay, and I'm not even really making a recommendation. I guess I could go either way. But a lot of these members, and a few of you know these people a little bit better than I do. Terry Hemming will certainly rejoin. Some of these people that are Canadians that they've run through their free membership that's through the end of March, and they just haven't come back to renew yet, even though they're They're just gone right now, but they will renew in December and January. So a little bit of all those no's right there is a little bit misleading. I just say that as a matter of information. That's all.
Cliff, I know of 5 of them here that are they're Canadians, they left, and they're not gonna join
Yeah.
until next fall. I play golf with them.
So just because they haven't rejoined yet doesn't mean they're...
And one of them here, I told you yesterday, and this Helena, she was just here. Degnan, she joined and got no up there, but she joined 3 months, and next year she's going to take a single full. But I just think some of our book, it's kind of, I don't know how.
Well, it has to do with when they rejoin is how we're kind of...
It wasn't done last week then, right?
Yeah, but some of those no's, when you see that big, and that's what I first saw, just all those no's at the bottom, I said, this is crazy. But a lot of, really 4 or 5 of those no's will be yeses because they're seasonal members.
I asked a couple of the realtors.
If they say no, we didn't get their money, right?
Right.
Is that what that means?
Yeah.
No, they haven't.
Not yet.
They've run through their free membership
Right.
for this year, and they're back in Ontario, and now when they come back down in December, they'll join as a full seasonal member.
I asked several of the realtors, and they said, well, let me think about it and I'll get back to you, which tells me they don't think it's a very good selling point. And they didn't even get back to me, so.
So the question is, are we simply just leaving money on the table? Do we have enough data to make an effective decision about it? Do we have, I'm a big for some kind of deal at first. And when a person moves, they're coming here they're paying for moving expenses, they're buying furniture, they're replacing the carpet, they're paying for a realtor.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of money out of pocket. I think there needs to be some kind of deal initially to get them in the door, but I don't know if this is it or if it's something else.
Well, you and I spoke yesterday, and I
Yeah.
agree with the discussion that we had. I would eliminate this program. I've always been against this program, but if you told me that you wanted to come up with an incentive for first-time members,
Mm-hmm.
I would be very much in favor of that. And they didn't have to, and it has nothing to do with buying property. They could be first-time members who live in Avon Park for all I care. If they're a first-time member, I think we should give them an incentive to join. If you came up with something along those lines, I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
Assuming the rest of the board agreed to it.
I think with membership decline, we got to have some sort of incentive, whether it's this. I completely agree.
I'd be fine with that.
Well, as long as the residents of Sun and Lake are subsidizing the operation, then if you're going to become a resident, I'd rather give you an incentive than some guy who lives in Avon Park.
Makes sense.
And we do have a few members, just not very many, that are outside of Sun and Lake. But there's no program in place for me to go out and kind of actively try and, other than, here's our membership, this is what it costs, this is the full membership price. I don't have a deal. I can't go to that Avon Park guy and say, hey, your first year is half off or whatever.
That was my thought, was to go to half off for a new resident. Or some discount.
Do you want us to come to the next meeting with a recommendation?
I'd like to keep it the same. We could decide now. All it takes is 3 votes one way or the other.
Well, that would be the other question I have.
Yep.
We signed a resolution, right? When we agreed to a resolution and said it was good until December, what do we have to, are we under any obligation, or what do we do to get out of that if we wanted to get out of it?
We'd have another resolution that would, implement a new program based on the board's recommendation.
So we don't have to wait till December?
Do not.
I think we're paying Billy Casper Golf a whole lot of money every year to help us, so I think them bringing back a recommendation is probably a good thing. I would prefer that. Bring it to the next meeting and let us.
Something about the word free.
I can give you a hypothetical, because I can't be 100% certain. But I came here a year too early, so I didn't get my 1-year free membership. Had I probably would have become a member, and I might have gotten hooked and redone. I haven't gotten hooked. My amount of time to play is limited because of all my other obligations. So I haven't joined because I'm going, okay, well, $4,500, I can't play that much golf. So, but if I'd have been hooked in the first year, it might have been a different story. So I think there's an advantage.
I agree. There's some discount. Unfortunately, I came here long before you did, so I paid $2,000 initiation.
And if we do keep the current program, I mean, to what that gentleman said earlier this morning, where he didn't realize that free meant that he had to pay $1,100.
It's in the documents.
It's in the documentation, but I agree with you too. I don't like that. It seems a little shady to do that.
It's in the documents.
It's not really free. It's in the documents, but it's not really free.
Well, if we continue with what we got, we should probably reword that or change it.
I agree.
See, that's the first I've ever heard anybody complain about that.
Me too.
I would agree with that too. I mean, it's a free membership. You're paying for the trail fee. I mean,
Exactly, and I think that's well documented.
It's
And
going to be the same.
either somebody misled him or he missed something, and it's too bad. But I have not heard complaints about that part of it.
That's because they haven't joined. You don't even know who they are.
When they come in, they get it. They understand. I mean, nothing's free. It's just not. Nothing's free.
And my brother-in-law and sister-in-law bought and came in to get their free membership and found out it was $1,300. They declined.
Right.
But they're not golfers. I mean,
Well,
I
don't have a problem with saying we're going to give you 75% off. Let's just figure it out. But we ought to be straightforward. We ought to be transparent. I never thought it was an issue till today, but I'm okay. Fix it.
And if you said it was 75% off, then
It's not free.
you'd still be recovering about the same number as the trail fee number. And then it becomes unquestionable. You lose the ability to use the word, to Andy's comment, free.
Yeah, you can't.
That's still something people are going to latch onto. I can't measure the value of that, but
And even if they don't rejoin, we still have that $1,000 in the bank.
Yeah, there's a significant amount of these people that have joined that maybe played 5 or 6 rounds at that.
So you're going to come back to us with a proposal?
Yes.
And I guess that, not at the next meeting, we'll do that at the next golf budget meeting, right? When do we do it at the next meeting?
Next meeting is general fund and utility fund.
Yeah, we got 2. We should do that at the next golf.
We'll do it at the next. We can do it.
We can still.
We'll talk about it at the next meeting. We'll talk about it at the next board meeting. Sure.
Well, I would just say we have a lot to do next meeting. That's the only reason.
it can be on the regular agenda. I mean, they don't.
We'll just talk about it.
Yeah, just back and forth.
What's the board's feeling with the way the current program is now? If we left it the same and moving forward, I'd just kind of be curious as to.
If they're trying to avoid pain, I'd leave it the same.
Yeah, me too.
I think I voiced the same thing. I think the program has merit.
I think the program has merit. I would like to see it be more transparent. If we have an issue, but it sounds like we did.
Well, let us talk about it. We'll see. I guess.
We can.
We'll see if we can tweak the language a little bit, and we'll talk about the next board
Well, we
meeting.
could always wait till December and see if those no's turn to yeses. I mean, seriously, if what you guys are saying in September, October, half those no's become yeses.
Or you could say free until.
And
They would wait just till December and see what it looks like then.
You could say a free membership for 6 months. There's nothing magic about a year.
Okay, whatever.
Okay,
You
moving
want
on.
to keep free.
Golf rates. Public golf rates. And after my conversations with everybody the last week, I think everybody kind of understood what I was trying to do here, really. Just some very small increases to hit some more marketable numbers. We do a lot of advertising, especially for Sunday play, and kind of those taking that the old rates may in September 17 and 27, they're just not as marketable. And you can see where I highlight in yellow, everything's up $1 or $2, and just some simple increases. And kind of, as you know, these are the maximum rates that I charge. So, but these are the proposed increases. But even with these increases, this will raise our average daily rate. It just will. So,
I have a question. How often do we get replays?
How often do we what?
How often do people replay?
We get, so replay rates usually pertain to those hotel groups that are here. They want to come and play golf. So they're 8 o'clock shotgun, come and eat lunch, 1:30 type replay. So say probably 70, 80, maybe 90% of our replays actually come from them hotel groups that we get.
So is that 1,000 a year or 100 a year?
Yeah, I would say it's 500-ish. Just guessing of how many replay races we do. That's not a significant amount of replays. It does come at a nice time, a nice dead time in our tee sheet, which is usually around 1:30.
I was just wondering, it complicates the...
I traveled a lot in groups when I was still working, and we never played one time.
Right.
Because we went to golf. I mean, we come from up north. We played 2 times. We played 36 holes a day.
But most of the ones I played like that.
Yeah, the best thing about the replays, I always get them for lunch.
Was just cart fees.
I always get them for lunch.
And
I get another $10 out of them.
I guess that was my point, was that if we had it cart fee only or whatever, some minimal amount, maybe you would get more to stay for lunch. I mean, I don't know. It just kind of... That's up to you guys as well.
Yeah, it creates more of a captive audience situation, and they spend more money here if they're here for 8 or 9 hours.
Yeah, so if we gave them a better deal on the replay, maybe you'd get more of them and stay here and have lunch. I don't know. Just a thought.
As far as your rate changes, I have to say this.
Go ahead.
I don't really care what you set because you don't adhere to them anyway. Let's see, the average rate I think outside is $42 and change right now, going down because we've peaked. So it's going to end up around, 35, 36 for the year, somewhere around there.
It's going to go down.
To send out all these wonderful-looking numbers on a piece of paper don't mean anything. So whatever you want to put down, you've got my support.
Thank you.
But I do want to challenge you on the banquet rates.
Okay.
I'm not so sure that we want to charge Sun and Lake residents as much as you have put down. I know we're redoing the kitchen. I understand all that, but they're still Sun and Lake residents. And you want to take them up quite a bit. And I don't think, I'd like to challenge you on that.
So these rates are, we charge these rates, these banquet rates, when there is displaced revenue. Okay? And Mike can talk about it a little bit, probably better than I can, but so a wedding that wants to decorate all day Saturday, okay, if they're coming in at 4 o'clock, I'm not charging that banquet rental rate. But if they want to block off that restaurant for the whole day and I'm losing the entire lunch event, that's when we charge those banquet rates.
All I'm saying
so we charge those banquet rates in lieu of income.
You have entire facilities, Sun and Lake residents currently is at $650, and you want to take it to $2,000. That's what I'm challenging. I think we don't do that to our Sun and Lake residents.
Well, I'm trying to make a disincentive to do the entire facility.
You're trying to what?
A disincentive to do the entire facility. Those
rates haven't been touched.
I'm just saying,
those rates haven't been touched in years.
Shouldn't be taking. I mean, it's Sun and Lake residents.
Okay.
That's all I'm just saying. I think you're going a little high on them.
No, I understand what you're saying. Also, with the rate changes, the capacity of the facility is also changing. And I'd like to compare it to do we know what the rates are for the building we're in right here?
I don't care about the other guy's rates. I'm not talking about outside. I'm talking about residents of Sun and Lake, you want to take them from 650 to 2,000. Do you think that's okay? Do you guys think that's okay?
No.
That's all I'm saying. It's too high.
Okay.
I think we have to get a better number.
I don't have a problem with the 2,500 for non-residents,
Right.
but you're talking about we just spend $1 million worth of residents.
$750?
Also, for the, hardly ever, I don't have very many.
I don't care.
How many times do we have that discount for residents? that
Mike,
don't show
yeah,
up?
banquet facility for Sun and Lake residents going from 400 to 500, okay? I don't, whether I agree with that or not, at least it's in the ballpark. But then you have entire facility going from 650 to 2,000. That ain't that's not in the ballpark. So I'm just saying, look at the rates for the residents. Outside guys, you want to take advantage of them, go for it.
I guess we were thinking that would be the amount of revenue if they were to rent the whole place that we displace at a given time. You know.
But how much would that really ever happen?
It doesn't happen very often.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't happen very often.
But that's really the only time we charge this is when we have displaced revenue.
So
Am I clear?
with
I don't.
raising the non-resident to 25 and the resident to 15?
I'd rather leave the
So
residents.
all I'm doing is replacing that displaced revenue. When that happens, and it happens very, 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 very rarely.
Part of the increase is because it's a bigger facility now.
You want to screw the Sun and Lake residents? Go right ahead. I want no part of it.
Well,
I'm just telling you.
What's the number?
What's your number?
What's
Give me a reasonable 650 to 8. I mean, I don't know a reasonable number, but I can tell you 3 times the amount to $2,000. That's not reasonable. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's reflective of the displaced revenue.
And it's not apples to apples either. The facility is changing. I mean,
I think it's not apples to apples. Somebody's going to look at the rate and say it's $2,000.
It's a bigger facility.
Yeah.
If you guys don't think it's a big deal, that's fine.
I mean, we can change our recommendation.
I think it is a big deal. I'd rather see it go to 750 or something on that order.
Okay.
So we'll adjust it.
Okay, done.
Then that's fine.
Done.
Okay, so the next question is, why is Lanai rental on here?
What's what?
Lanai rental?
If you look on the proposed changes, it's not
It
there.
isn't.
I mean, how are you going to rent it when it's all part of one big room?
The proposed rate is 0.
I'm sorry, never mind. Shouldn't be on this spreadsheet. Beg your pardon.
Maybe NA would be clearer there.
I would also, though, say you got a Sun Lake resident wants the main dining room. Is $1,000 really appropriate for a facility that they paid for? I don't think so.
Do you want to reduce that to 500 or eliminate it?
I'm assuming that they're going to, this would happen if they had like Doug Coe's wedding anniversary or whatever it was.
It would happen. It'd be like a wedding. Say a wedding here in May, and it would be a Saturday night wedding, and we booked the entire main dining room with the new lanai, and they wanted the entire day to decorate. So they're taking the entire place, and then they're also taking the bar and the lunch business away from us. So we would charge what we're going to charge them for the wedding, plus we would charge them the rental.
Why would we even let that
But
happen?
if they're coming in like at 4 o'clock, and they're not doing any decorating, and all we're doing is setting up tables, we don't charge that rental because there's no displaced revenue.
Why would we let that happen?
I didn't think it'd be available. They couldn't come in and rent the lanai.
Well, the lanai is just part of the main dining room now.
Well, I meant as part of the main dining room, they can't have the lanai. I thought we made that
the
clear.
banquet room and the banquet room would be available to members and resident seating.
Okay, so you're basically saying the banquet room's over here, and you can have this part
Correct.
over there.
So
But that does displace the whole bar. You realize your golfers are going to be coming in, and then
correct. So we can use last night as an example. We did 180 people. 180 people does not fit in the banquet room, so we had to close the whole main dining area, the bar area, and the banquet room.
I know you kicked us out.
Right. So you guys were the members
once again,
were on the patio.
you're making my point for me, Mike.
Right. Well, let me finish. So with the new construction of the building, if I have 180, I can use the new construction part, which would be the main dining area and the current lanai area.
Right.
And the banquet room would be available, so you wouldn't be outside, you would be inside. We would set up a private bar for you, and we would use what is now the banquet room for inside member cocktail area. You would not be kicked out of the building. That's the proposal.
We must be looking at a different diagram of what's being done, because you can't get 180 people in the bar area even with the expansion.
Absolutely.
Not the diagram, not the drawing that I saw with all the tables. It's not 180.
The tables is just a depiction of tables. They're just, that is not.
Don't worry about the drawing.
Tables.
No,
We
you
do,
can
we
already
do,
set it for banquet.
we do 180 in that room when we put 8 tops in there.
Okay.
Already. In the new, and then we're adding another 80 or 90 seats.
So there are going to be times when you're going to use the, what are we calling it, the bar area?
Main dining.
Main dining.
Oh, that's the main dining room.
Yeah,
For
we're going to come up with
your
names for them, I
events,
think.
And you're going to take everybody out, the golfers and everything, and they go in the banquet room. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Correct.
And how is that bar service going to work with that?
It'll be the same as normal, so
There'll be lines in the banquet area. In your main dining room area, there'll be lines.
Correct.
Where you have an event going on.
correct. So that's going to be, well, no, we're not going to use we would not use the main bar. We were going to have to set up a separate bar area.
A separate bar for the golfers and everything?
Correct. We'll have to set up a separate bar for the golfers. And that's
beer taps and all that? What do you guys?
That's what we're looking into.
We didn't take that area out, did we, as part of the construction?
That bar area, yes.
You did take it out.
So
It's gone.
that's going to be the challenge we're going to have to overcome to make that happen. But that is the proposal at the time.
Well, how are you going to pour beer and... Okay. I'm sure you guys have it under control.
We've already looked into portable.
A portable kegerator.
Portable kegs, so you have different bars.
I'm perfectly fine with you figuring it out.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. You just need to understand, you have some really unhappy people that don't work out.
It's not going to work.
And I know where your office is.
Again, we're, like I said, this is proposed. This is proposed, so, I mean, we haven't, nothing's locked in yet.
So let's take an MGA event, like the MGA couples. Okay, and there are 180 people. Now they're going to be in the main dining room, in the bar area, but instead of them now taking over the entire restaurant and the banquet room, now I have the partition up, and the banquet room is going to be for resident and public dining, and the MGA is just going to be on the other side by themselves.
And that's totally found revenue.
That's new. That's where we're finding our new revenue.
And if I come in, let's say I'm not playing in that event, and I want to come in and sit at the bar, I can't, right? So if I want to drink, I have to sit at a table in the other banquet room.
No different than, at least you'd be able to come in now.
You can come in now.
Or you wouldn't even be able to come in, because we'd be closed for that event.
Yeah, I talked
Andy
to
can eat
Cliff
dinner, right?
yesterday, and I think these are, he explained it to me, I think it's great, but just so I have your promise, if it don't work, do something different. Because it just continues and continues. I mean, I applaud you're trying to, we got some creative minds here at Billy Casper.
Well, we're trying not to be, so we're closed 20, 25 times a year. Okay, and we recognize that there's going to be times when we need to close. We need to take care of a few of our, especially like last night. That was the
Yeah, but I don't think
that was the hospital.
I don't think it makes a
that's our
difference
highest
whether it's a
taxpayer.
hospital or not.
We kind of do what they ask us to do, and there might be, I want to reduce the closures from. If we're going to do closures, they need to be very much worth our while monetarily, and instead of 25 closures, I'm going to do 5. And I think we can do that. I think it can all be managed.
And that's all. I applaud you for that. But if it goes more than 5, let's figure it out. I mean, I don't want to see 25, 30 closures. That's ridiculous.
And that's going to...
That's the reason.
That's definitely that's with the proposal here, but 25 of those closures are at least half of those are MGA events, WGA events. And then in this new scenario, we're stating that we think we can get away with quite a few of those by just using, keeping that wall closed, using the main dining area, the new area. I mean, we think we can sit 240 people in there. Obviously, that's a little subjective at this time.
Because we're telling the golfers that we're expanding that bar area and everything for them, and now we're going to tell them they have to go to the other side because there's an event.
So it's not like we're not increasing the amount of times that we would displace them. So in the fact that in that area, like say last night, when we totally said we can't come in at all, in the new proposal and the new changes, we're going to say we have a place you can come inside under air when it's hot, and you're not being kicked out of the building. And that's going to happen, and you can eat dinner because we're not going to close the restaurant for that event anymore.
The more, I'm on your side as opposed to everybody on the board as far as the number of events. The more events you got, the more money it is, I think, for us. So I'm all for that. But there are some guys who don't agree with that, and those guys, if you screw them up, they're going to come hunting for you. So I wouldn't make a commitment. You're going down to 5 events or something like that because you're giving them fuel to put on the fire or something. Just do the best you can, and we'll go as we go.
Well, that's the statement. We're stating that we're going to close the building completely a lot less. A lot less.
Good. We're not stating a number, but we're just saying our goal is to be open a heck of a lot more than we have been in the past.
That's the goal.
Unless they're ponying up.
And that is the proposal. That is the proposal, and it's definitely open for discussion for your input and the direction you would like us to go.
I think you have our support. It's just that we want it to happen. That's all. I mean, we support you, but it's not happening now. It's terrible.
We're all tired of getting chewed on.
No, I
because they know where we live too.
And we can, and this is all those instances. We can take one instance at a time and let's figure out what it is. And you can make a recommendation. You could tell me. I mean, we were looking at all the stuff that you were talking with Andy about, and we can't close both golf courses for January through March. I didn't see a policy in there that stated we couldn't close the banquet room from January to March or close the building from January to March. I mean, you guys could tell me that. I think it was going to turn away some revenue, but that's for you guys to decide. I'm going to operate the banquet business as you guys see fit. You got to give me the direction, and we'll go that direction.
Never heard that before.
What?
I have a suggestion.
On the food, the banquets?
Yes.
Obviously,
listening to all this from a turf guy's perspective,
we're not putting turf in
the argument here is about the bar. It's not about the room or where you're at or how many people or what they do with it. It's about the bar.
No.
Why don't we just put a bar on the other side so that there's a bar on each side?
We spent enough over there, thank you.
I saved $100,000 on the irrigation deal. I'll give you my $100,000, which Tanya told me that I could find stuff to do with, to put the bar on the other side.
Another full bar would take up banquet space. We'd rather have the temporary bar when we need it.
But
the bar.
Stay with your golf course.
As long as you guys don't close down 47 times, nobody's going to argue with you.
I think
that's exactly what we're going to do.
And I think the number of people who would object to going to the other side is very, very small and of no consequence.
Yeah, I think so too.
Great.
That's
Just
my
so
opinion.
there's a place to go.
Yeah, that's for the record. I said Earl's Bar.
That is definitely.
I can't.
We can put some AstroTurf in there. It'd look good.
Let me know when the first closing is. I want to stake it out and watch it. It'll be great.
I did have one additional thing that I think we ought to look at. It seems to me that we're shooting ourselves in the foot with this member trail fee business, that it's cheaper for somebody to use Sun and Lakes carts than it is to have their own and rent one of our cart barns. Cart barn's $500, right?
Cart barn's $500,
okay,
and the trail fee is $300 single, $400 family.
So why would I do that? If I can't, the only reason for me to have a cart is I got it at home and I don't have to drive anywhere, and well, if I got to drive up to the cart barn and get out of my car, why wouldn't I just pay $100 less? I got $500 a year at least it costs me to have.
And you're not putting the wear and tear on your own cart.
Yeah.
No,
That might be the reason we don't have any cart barns leased. Well, we used to have 50 or 60, we got 10 now.
There's not a ton. That rate should go up. I mean, when we first put that rate in there, we should be proposing probably that rate to continue to. It started at 200 and 300. It went to 300 and 400 last year.
Well, I think it should match, at least.
Why?
Well, I can tell you, I paid $150 a year in Texas so that I could use their cart anytime I wanted to, Denise and I.
Correct.
$150 a month is $1,800 a year.
Right. So we don't want to incentivize people to not have their own golf cart.
I don't know if we do or we don't, but I don't think we should charge less to use ours than we charge to rent one of the cart barns. I mean, that's basically what I'm saying.
How many
It
people?
should be at least as much.
It's not a significant amount.
A handful, 10?
10 or 15.
Well, honestly, they never use one of your carts anyway. They get on mine.
Well, and that's the whole idea behind it. But my thinking is that we continue to move up on that number. The 3 and the
Well,
400.
that's my point. We should
Would you
move
like
that
to-
number up.
Yeah.
So,
Let's make
so
a recommendation on that. So,
do we want to just start raising that up on a yearly basis, maybe $50 this year?
No, get it up to where it should be.
Or-
Get it up to where it should be.
It ought to be at least 500 for the
Go
400,
up to 500.
It ought to be at least, it should be more, but if you're not going to raise the cart barn, it ought to be at least that, in my opinion. It's not a lot of money, I know that. It's just, it's the law of unintended consequences. When you charge $500 to rent a cart barn and it's cheaper to use one of our carts, why would they do that?
I had two friends that just moved out of the cart rental in the last month and a half, so, because they bought homes with garages.
Right.
And they're so happy, so I see the trend of that happening anyway. Unless you live off property, why would you,
If you live in one of the places without a garage, then you need one of the cart barns.
yeah.
But
And that's the only reason we rent them now.
But
Right, if you're like in
but
one of
why
the
would you?
apartments.
Why would you rent a cart barn and have your cart cost you $1,000 a year probably, as opposed to using ours for $400? It just doesn't make sense economically.
We have members that do that, and I think it's just convenience.
So on that page, you're going to come back to us on Sun Lake residents' banquet numbers and trail fee number, right? So give us new numbers.
Sure.
What would you like to see the trail fee number at?
Well, Dan said at least 500, so that's your starting point.
Okay.
5 or 6.
Yeah, that's a starting point. Yeah. So now you'll get back to us at one of the next meetings.
I don't know why we just can't do it. I'd put the Lanai rental, or not the Lanai, the entire facility at $750 for Sun Lake resident, and I'd put the non-cart owner at least 500, and take each one of them down 100 from there if you want.
And if you're taking the entire facility down to 750, the main dining room for a resident would be what, 500?
500?
So what are we doing now? We're doing the 400 is going to 500, right?
Now,
The banquet facility is going 4 to 5. The entire facility is going 650 to what? What did we say?
I'd say 750.
750 instead of 2,000.
750?
750.
Why do we have Lanai rentals?
They're not
We don't, we're
there.
taking those out.
That's NA.
yes, sir.
And then the main dining room for residents going from 1,000 to
500.
500. Okay?
And the cart fees will be 500.
Now family and then 400 for single
That's good with me.
would be $100 increase. So it's
4 and 5.
Single.
Okay, done.
That's my thought.
So family, we're going to do 5 and 6, and single, we're going to do 3 and 4.
The 3 and the 4 were anyway.
What
Does that
does that
sound
mean?
right?
It's 400 single. I don't know what the 200 and 300 even are.
So
I hate
it
to
would,
say that,
single
but
would be 400, family would be 5,
4 and 5, okay.
which is going up 100.
$100.
Okay.
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 What's the
All right.
Next.
started it anyway?
What's next?
We'll let Andy talk about, I think we wanted to have a discussion about 8 o'clock shotguns.
No, what?
8 o'clock shotguns.
Gotta go.
Really tournament stuff, right?
Tournament stuff, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So we're back to page 2.
Oh, we've got a new page coming.
Oh, a new page coming.
While our new page is coming, I'd just like to say, I don't think it matters what time they start. I think it matters what time they finish.
What's this?
So if you got one with 100 people, you know he's going to play in 4 hours. I don't care when you start them. You start them 9 o'clock if you want to. If you got one with 144, you best be starting at 8 o'clock.
Well, and the hard part about that is you don't know how many you got till 3 days prior to the event. You know, that's the difficult part.
You know what it was last year, though.
Andy, we even got people in this room. I mean, if you start something at 1 o'clock, we got people show up at 1 o'clock. We got people show up at 5 till, 10 till. You're going to have that problem because that's the way people are. Some people don't care about the rest of the people that are there. You start these things at 8:30, I even heard you say it, you don't get it started till 8:45. There is no reason, in my mind, you start this thing at 8, and the only way to tell these people is to start the shotgun without them. I mean, you just disrupt the whole place all the time when you don't get done by 1 o'clock. And there's no reason to not.
So the disruption is really couples groups on Saturday to go to start.
No, not just Saturday.
1 to 1:30.
It's Fridays when you have them. It's whenever you have an outing,
Sure.
We get kicked back, and there's really no reason for that. It's bad enough that you're selling all these things, and I hear it's money. Well, the 8:30 start has nothing to do with money, so I don't even want to hear that. You start the things at 8 o'clock and stop disrupting the membership. There's no reason to do it at 8:30.
So
None.
We've been. I mean, since I've been here, 90% of our tournaments have started at 8:30.
That's
I've
fine.
been here 11 years, and
Then we change it.
Let me put it to you like this. You got $65,000 in gross. You got $1 million in members. Now, who are you going to take care of? That's really the question.
so obviously it's all revenue, right? I mean, so we can do whatever you want. If I go to all these tournaments and tell them they got to start at 8, and they all leave, we're just need to adjust the budget by
Andy, if we have any of
$65,000.
these people leave because they got to go off at 8 or 8:30, they deserve to be gone. What is that? Is
You only got 2 or 3 that are enough revenue that'll be the problem. I mean, if you're only making $4,400 off the American Legion, you ain't got 150 players.
Versus maybe 500 if I didn't, right? So that 8 o'clock shotgun on a Saturday morning is going to be dead. So it's
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me at all. If you got 100 players,
yes, sir.
send them off at 8:30. I don't care. Send them off at 9 o'clock. They can play in 4 hours and probably will. If you got 144, it's going to take 5 hours and 15 minutes like it did 3 weeks ago. And the Saturday groups got off at 10 minutes till 2. That don't work. If you really want to tick off 150 members every Saturday, do what you're doing. And don't get me wrong, I don't play in those groups.
My intent for having these events is certainly not to tick off the membership. It's to make money for the club, which helps all of us, right?
But you're doing it, and you're doing it because you're letting these guys come in at 1:30 and 1:45.
Do all the member groups finish?
Well,
So,
I know last year.
You're not listening to what I'm telling you. If you really, half of your revenue is your members,
Yes.
right? Why would you do that for somebody that a total of $65,000? Why would you aggravate 300 members that pay you $1 million a year and probably have 60% of your volume in your restaurant for $65,000 a year?
If you're telling me that that 65 grand doesn't matter, we don't have to do any of the events.
I'm not telling you it doesn't matter. You're not listening
That's
to
what
me.
it's-
You have two events that are 150 players.
I'm not going to know.
Actually,
Dan,
one of them takes both golf courses.
So when you advertise for an event, right, if I, Blue Street Golf Classic, I advertise for the event, I put 8:30 down or 8 o'clock down, and then if it's 100, I don't know how many players I'm going to have, right?
You can
these
base
events
it on
fluctuate.
last year's volume, Andy. You've
on
been
last
here
year's
long enough. You know how many people are going to play.
The other issue, even if I tell them 8 o'clock, we're not going to get out till 8:15, 8:20. That's just.
But if you tell them 8:30, you're not going to get out till 9 o'clock, and then it's going to be 2 o'clock. I mean,
I really don't care what you all do because I don't really play Saturdays.
I don't either.
But if it's an 8 o'clock shotgun, I have never been in one that went late.
Well, you're not.
If
buying
it's 8, it's 8.
mulligans,
You
eating
go.
breakfast, buying raffle tickets.
If you
hitting
say
balls
it's
on
an
the range.
Andy, you know this. If it's an 8 o'clock shotgun or an 8:30 shotgun,
we played.
you go. That's when you go out to the course and you start playing. Everybody knows that.
We played in what takes her name? Tommy Lovett's wife, Lisa. Lisa Lovett's tournament is at Pinecrest.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We went at 7:59. Period. I mean, end of discussion. You're either there or you're not. Now, as long as they know you're going to let them go at 8:45, then some of them are going to show up.
And that's what I'm talking about. We have people here in our own groups that you can bank. When you see them, you know it's 5 minutes away from when we're supposed to start. And people are people. They're going to do that. And they don't care about all of us that have been there for a half hour or so to want to go on time. But you're going to do that whatever time you started. And Andy, and it's just not Saturday. This is Fridays when you have, we don't get off on time, and there's no reason to do that. You start at 8.
Now, the Advent Health is on Friday.
Well, right. If I
one.
tell them to go to 8 o'clock,
yes,
and then they leave and go somewhere else,
I
then we're
guess
okay
if
with
that's what
losing that revenue.
I have a
That's all
question.
I can't believe they're going to do that.
What I'm trying to tell you is you have 2 tournaments that are big enough to need to start at 8:30.
I have a question. How many times has the 1 o'clock shotgun been delayed over the last 12 months? Because that's what the issue is.
Oh, every time they have an hour.
I asked Andy how many times has it been delayed, is what I want to know.
Well,
what are we talking
so
about?
it's scheduled for anytime we have an event on a Saturday or even a Friday and it's an 8:30, we schedule the 1 o'clock to be a 1:30 shotgun.
Yeah, they're every
That's what
time,
we
right?
do.
They're late.
So whether they go at 1:30 or 1, you're aggravating. I'll keep my language clean. You're aggravating 150 members. Actually, you're aggravating
So what
200.
you're saying is all these Saturdays on this piece of paper you all gave us, is not the 1 o'clock became 1:30?
Correct.
I hate to do this. I have to agree with my counterparts. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I don't have a dog in this fight.
Hey,
I don't play Saturday
no,
afternoon.
neither do I.
I just listen to it. I get tired of hearing it.
Sure, I
And
want to do what you guys want me to do. I'm here to let you know what
Well,
I feel like
I can
the
tell you,
cause
I don't
and the
understand
effect
that
of it,
because
right?
when we have a tournament, the men's and the women go off at 1 o'clock. By God, they get off at 1 o'clock. When we do that, remember that quad event? Guys go in the morning, girls go in 1 o'clock. There's no problem getting them off. So I don't understand why we would have a problem.
And all these events might move to 8 o'clock without a hitch, but then what happens when the 1 o'clock is still delayed because we're not getting out at 8 o'clock? I mean,
get them out at 8 is what we're saying. You tell them they're
so how do I
ready
handle
or
a
go.
client? How do I handle a client that doesn't get out at 8?
It's not the.
It'll be the last time.
It'll be 2 or 3 people, unless it's the guy running it that don't get there till 5 minutes to 8.
It's very hard to do.
But Andy, we go, and it's not just you, it's Sun and Lake. We go to a lot of work to try to do what you guys want to do. We're telling you we don't want this.
Okay.
I mean, at least I don't. And we go to extreme measures to try to talk us in or to change what you guys are doing. And this is crazy. Do them at 8.
I just don't think it's realistic that we're going to get off at 8, Mike. And then when we don't get off at 8 o'clock, is it my butt on the line? You know, that's the other part, that I don't want it, you know, it's all going to come back to me, and I've got 144 people out there that I can't get off at 8 o'clock.
Well, you have
When you have an 8,
I can do everything.
You have 144 people. You have no problem getting off 45 minutes late.
Andy,
Well,
when it's scheduled at 1:30, we're going at 1:30.
when you have an 8:30, do you get them off at 8:30, or is it delayed?
We typically get them off at 8:30.
And why is it that you don't think you can do it at 8?
Because notoriously, you could probably, I would say 80% of any charity event that's held around here or anywhere is 8:30. And the reason why it's 8:30 is you've got a lot to do. You come in, you eat breakfast, you register, you go hit range balls, you buy mulligans, you buy raffles. You got to get to your card. We got to get you off of the range. We got to go through announcements. We've got to get you onto the golf course. There's just a whole lot. There's a lot more that goes into a tournament than a normal daily 8 o'clock shotgun when our members or our regular public play just come in and get on their cart and wait, to go out and play. So a tournament is a much bigger beast to handle than a normal daily play 8 o'clock shotgun. So I believe that's why most of them have them at.
Neil, no other golf course around here has a 1 o'clock shotgun that matters. They can put them off on holes, but this place, it just disrupts this place too much.
I look at it as the revenue worth displacing the membership a half hour.
No.
That's kind of how I look at it. And if it's not, then we need to.
Yeah, the message I'm getting is it's not. And I think we need to say it's an 8 o'clock shotgun, and hopefully we won't lose them. But hopefully you can get them off on time. And
you're still not hearing what I'm saying to you. If you want to do the American Legion at 8:30 and you got 100 players, do it at 8:30. Nobody cares.
How do I change that though, Dan? When it's when I don't know my
Saying
number
don't change it.
out, how do we send them up?
You just said don't change it.
You don't change them. Let them go at 8:30. If it's Chin Dental and they got 150 players, you got to tell Chin Dental it's got to be 8 o'clock.
Okay.
You got too many players.
Based on the prior year number.
Yeah.
And if American Legion's got 100 and then they jumped to 144, we're going to have some understanding. Then the next year we've got to move them back to 8.
Exactly.
That's right. Yep.
I'm clear with that.
I'm trying to help you.
I'm
not telling you to go to 8 o'clock on everybody. I'm telling you got to sit down with these big guys and say, look, we got a 1 o'clock shotgun. If you guys want to have 180 players or whatever it is, we got to go at 8 o'clock or as close to it as we can get.
That's fair enough.
All right, we're a little out of order here, but Cliff has a dog in this fight, so I want to give him a chance to.
About to have corner.
3 minutes.
I don't need that. The fundamental problem isn't when they start, it's when they end. I don't care if they start at 8 or 8:30. They have all this stuff that you want to accommodate when they come in, range balls, breakfast, all that stuff. You may need to make it clear to them. I don't care whether it's 12:45, 12:50, 12:55, but the horn blows, and at that point in time, they're off the course.
Excuse me?
You need to explain that.
Are you going to blow the horn?
Look, if they're out there drinking a lot of beer, spraying the ball all over hell, and just dogging their way along, without caring about the fact that you've got 140 people waiting to start, you can't let that happen. You just need to explain they need to manage their play so they're off the course by a certain time. And if they're not off the course, the horns blow, and you can bogey the rest of the holes for scorekeeping purpose. I don't care what you do, but they need to understand.
And I got to tell you something. I like to think that there'd be a happy medium between the people who are in the 1 o'clock shotguns and these people. Because you know what? This is not a private golf course. So there are going to be times when the 1 o'clock shotguns are going to have to wait. It's not
if it's five.
The question that we're having here is how many times. I believe that's what the issue is.
Or how long. You can't.
Nobody's going to beef too much if it's 1:05, 1:10, 1:15. When it starts rolling off, you can have people sitting around for 45 minutes waiting to start.
Well, that's why he's making it at 1:30, so you know about it in advance. Now, you want to argue how many times? Well, we should have a discussion on how many times we can do it. That's fine. You want to go private? We can do that too. Just add $10,000 to everybody's bill every month or every year. And then we can go private.
Well, I think if we try what was earlier discussed for the small groups, going to 8:30 is probably not an issue. Don't schedule the afternoon shotguns for 1:30. Schedule them for 1 o'clock. And if experience says we can't make those, then we consider more 8 o'clock starts. But I agree with Dan. I mean, the smaller groups should be able to get around there in 4.5 hours.
I just want to put it down that we start these things at 8 o'clock. And if you can work around and get them done by 1, that's fine. But you make sure they're done at 1.
No, I would.
I just want that. I want it someplace that we know we start these things at 8 o'clock. Unless you think they can.
Bill, this is not public comment. Please sit.
You just had public comment.
I asked him because I know he's very much at the forefront of the Saturday issue.
Well, I have a suggestion, that's all.
Bill.
I'll tell you when it's time.
All right, fine.
Okay, so let's just do what we've done before. If we want to keep starting them at 8:30, that's fine, but I want them to start at 8 o'clock unless Andy knows he can get done by 1 o'clock. That's all I care about. And I want it on record, so when they come to me and complain, I can point them to who in the heck decided to go at 8:30 and make you play at 1:45. I mean, I don't care. But I'm tired of listening to it.
I've told Cliff I'm not listening anymore. It's coming straight to your office.
I mean, I'm
and
tired of it.
I don't care which one of you get it, but I'm not listening anymore.
My feeling in the past has been, hey, if we, never want to displace members as much as we don't.
You do it every Saturday. That's what we're telling you.
Right, but we're making money for the club every Saturday too, right? So, if I was a member of the club, right, and for the good of the club and making found money, if I had to displace my starting time by a half hour and I knew about it well in advance,
our members would let us go up on their dues 5% if you'd cancel them all. So that's not a valid argument.
I'm in favor of that.
What was that?
It's loud and clear.
8 o'clock, though. I'll tell them all 8 o'clock.
Well,
I didn't say that. I never said that.
No, we just need to be done by 1. We just need to be done by 1.
We need to be done by 1 o'clock. We don't care when you start them.
Sure. And again, if it's 10 minutes late, we can kind of stomach it. But we're going to do our best to make 1 o'clock happen every single time.
I just want to vote, though, so in case I can point to the people, and it might be you guys too, that are continuing to do this. I mean, I just want us to decide.
1 o'clock, we got it.
My plan is to start them all at 8 o'clock.
And then you're going to say, well, Dan made me do it at 8 o'clock. No, you are in charge.
Dan,
you are.
Every last one
you
of these
are
events,
in charge.
Minus the Samaritan stunts was like 130, 140 players. So my direction is clear that I need to get them to
start. If there's 130 players and they only made $4,000 for the club, then we got a problem.
If it's 130 players, you put them on one course, and the 1 o'clock shotgun goes off on the other course. Can't that work?
Then you're displacing all the other play on the other course.
What do you displace?
It's more than 100. Cliff's Group's not the only one. You got another 40 players that are going somewhere. So you got both courses, plus you have tee times. I mean, you got a lot of different issues. I'm not disputing that. Just saying to you. I wouldn't blanket go to these people and say you got to do 8 o'clock. I would go to the ones that are smaller and say we can do 8:30. If you want to go to these guys and say, look, you're so big, we really need to go to 8 o'clock because we got a 1 o'clock.
I can tell them, hey, we can do 8:30, but we're capping it at 100. And if you're going over that, then we're moving it back to 8.
You deal with it however you want to deal with it, as long as you get them finished by 1 o'clock.
But to Dan's earlier point, if you've got outings that size that are only generating $3,000 and $4,000, is it worth having them?
if you got an 8 o'clock shotgun that's got $500 in revenue, do you want $4,000 or do you want $500? It's just a loss in revenue if we don't have these tournaments.
It depends on how many members I make mad by letting them go at 8:30.
Well, plus it's not a straight loss of revenue
Well,
because
it's a budget issue.
Okay.
You know,
All
I
right,
mean,
here's the deal for me, all right? It's not my place to solve your problem. We employ you guys to figure it out, and we're telling you what we want. 1 o'clock.
So with our budget from last year, I'm not killing our budget based on all these tournaments, right? So I'm hitting our budget numbers. So you guys are telling me based on the budget of what I kind of need to do to make the revenue. I'm not going to make up $65,000 of revenue if we don't have tournaments.
That's up to you to
then
make sure we don't lose it.
reflect the budget a little bit of losing some of this revenue, and I'm okay with that. I want to be realistic with it when we're doing the budget
I'm not okay
process.
with you dropping revenue.
I'm not sure it's realistic to think we're going to drop it all. I think if we tell them it's an 8 o'clock shotgun, I think most of them are going to say, okay, I understand.
Sure.
Tell them why.
These events raise a lot of money for our community as well,
Right.
okay?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we're not trying to say don't do them.
And exactly, I mean, I think, like you said, most of them will agree, and everyone's going to work to their best to see that they try to start off at 8, they try to finish at 1. There might be hiccups, we all understand that, but that's...
If it's 10 minutes late, nobody's going to
there's a
argue.
difference.
And if it's once in a while, I don't think you guys understand how much crap we catch. I mean, it's a problem, and you can tell by my voice it's a problem.
It's
You
clear
gotta
based
stop
on our
it.
discussion we're having now. I understand.
Yeah, hiccups are one thing, bad practice is something else, and I think what we've got is an unworkable bad practice.
Ultimately, it's going to get to be it already is an issue with, you don't want to be a member there because they don't care about the members. They let these outside events come in and they'll just push you back to whenever you want to. We don't need that. It's there. We are there. And if you aren't hearing it, I am, and I know he is. And don't get me wrong, I don't play in the group. I don't care from that standpoint. We just got to treat the members like they mean something to us.
I feel like we do, but as far as this is concerned, we'll start making them feel like they do even more.
The message they're getting is loud and clear. These guys are more important than you are. Right?
I haven't talked to all the members, but the focus groups I was in, these guys are doing a pretty good job. I think most of them agree with that. And I think this is just a hiccup that's been a problem. I think we can address the problem. If it creates another problem, we can address that.
We can reevaluate it again.
And that's what we're trying to do, Neil. But
Yep.
we just get so much pushback when we
I-
try to do something that we're elected to do.
Yeah.
And that's what aggravates me, you know.
I think everybody's heard it.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm curious, how many of these are there a year? I mean, this is only January through April.
That's the only time it's a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the only time it's a problem?
we don't have any. Our next events will be in August.
Your firemen.
Firemen.
We have problems in November, December when everybody's here, right?
Sertoma, no. We don't have a Florida Hospital when it was there. It wasn't a big issue. Florida Hospitals, they get 200, so they could be at 8:30, and we're probably off the course by 1 o'clock.
So this is really the only problems we have all year round?
No, we went.
It depends on what you want to consider a problem. We're going to take both courses for the junior events that make us no money.
Sure.
Well, that's what I'm
So
curious.
I mean, this is
We don't
the tip
shut
of
them
the
both
iceberg.
down. We don't shut them both down, Dan. For
Ray, we've had an outing on Saturday the last
The
3
big high
months.
school tournament.
Oh,
It's absolutely
we
shut
make
down.
money for the Crutchfield Hawkins. We do make money.
There's more than that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's more than this?
We've had an outing for the last 3 months, I think, on every Saturday, which is good.
Why am I not getting the right information?
I don't know. These are the important ones, I guess.
This is every outing we did January through April. The only one that's not
Are
on
you saying that's not complete?
it is January through
this
April
is
of this
complete?
year, which is our primetime season, which is where a lot of our issues are coming
This is
from.
8 times, right? We're arguing over 8 times?
No, it's
Now we're
not.
discussing over 8 times.
4 months.
Is this the right information or not?
That is the correct
This
information.
is correct information for, I'm
Well,
not
then you
sure
got all
where.
the MGA and LGA and,
So this is charity public events. We're not talking, I'm not talking the membership events. We're
Well, membership events, nobody's upset about, are they?
No.
Or we get upset over those?
No, sir. We're from what I'm hearing is the fact that we go from 1 o'clock to 1:30 is obviously
well, that's
pissing
half
off
the
a lot of
weekends.
membership. So
That's half the weekends in those.
So this whole conversation's over these 8 events, right?
It's actually 6 Saturdays.
Huh?
There's only 6 Saturdays in that.
6
There's only
Saturdays?
6 Saturdays here.
Well, I think we've had an outing every Saturday for the last 3 months. Now, I don't
That's
know.
not what it says, though.
we've had an outing for the last 3 weeks on
Like,
Saturday.
Yeah, and then we missed one, and then there's been a lot of outings lately, so, you know, I don't want to, again, we're getting stuff that's,
I don't know why we're making statements that aren't correct. This thing tells me there's 6 Saturdays since January 1st.
From a golf tournament standpoint, yes, sir.
That's what we're discussing. Not every Saturday, right?
No, sir. It's not.
But there were a couple of events where the restaurant was closed, and
That's a
That's a
different-
true statement, yes. This is golf tournaments.
Yeah.
so you got,
So there's been times we've been
You
off
got-
at
you got
one,
two
and then
pieces.
then the restaurant is closed. But ideally, with the restaurant won't be closed.
I know, but we're talking about the shotgun start, so it's affected 6 Saturdays since January.
It's delayed them a half hour. Correct.
no, it's delayed them more than a half an hour. At least one was delayed 50 minutes because I happened to see them
We
going
had one go out at 1:45. And we've had a couple go out at 1:20. You know, but just one of them, I can't remember which one, Dan. It was 1:45.
we just get them done by 1.
Hey.
Even if it's 6, but that's not correct.
My direction's
That's
clear.
not the right number?
I don't think so.
I'm good.
Well, I'd like to have the right number. Is
That
there a
is-
problem with this?
It doesn't matter how many times.
It matters to me. I'd like to know, if we're arguing about this, I'd like to know what we're arguing about, or discussing it, excuse me. If it's more than 6, I'd like to know.
It's not more. It's not more than 6 Saturdays. No,
Well,
it's not.
I'm done.
But my direction is still
I'm done.
I'm done.
clear. In that time period, right? January through April was 6 Saturdays where we had 6.
I mean, all I'm
8:30
trying to
shotgun
get to
starts.
is what would be a reasonable number that we could all accept of number of times that you would exceed 1 o'clock on your shotguns. I was just looking to come up with a compromise or a number that everybody could live with.
It sounds like
Now,
it-
what I'm hearing is 0.
Right.
That's the compromise from
That's
the
what-
board.
I'm hearing 0, and if we're 10 minutes or 15 minutes late once or twice, we're going to have some understanding among the membership. Am I fairly clear on
Yes.
that?
But then we want that corrected, that 10 or 15 minutes. They want it, they gotta understand that they gotta be done by 1.
I'm not sure that's possible, but you can do the best you can.
They're going to do the best they can.
Got it.
Shall I get another hornet's nest going here?
Go for it.
Because in my talking with Cliff and trying to understand the revenue management, one of the problems, and this is where we get into, okay, how important are the members? It is important to keep the members happy. And apparently the members have gotten used to doing shotgun tournaments. But when you have a 1 o'clock shotgun tournament, you've reduced your ability to make money on that golf course. So if you've got 150 golfers, which is a large group as I understand it, on a 1 o'clock shotgun, and you can't sell the consecutive tee times, on an average day you're looking at 250 tee times you could sell, that you're taking the whole golf course up with a 1 o'clock member group, and maybe being able to get out a small shotgun in the morning because the morning groups are smaller. I don't know if there's a good way to address it, but it is something that impacts the ability to make revenue with a golf course.
Okay, 2 points there. That's only a true statement if you have demand for those tee times.
But you can't create demand if you don't have availability.
And secondly, that's not true in these situations because you got a full shotgun in the morning and then a full shotgun in the afternoon.
No, I
So
agree.
actually, in this situation, if you get through by 1 o'clock, you actually maximize the use of your golf.
I agree. If you can do double shotguns that are full, that's great. If you do a small shotgun, it's not quite as good in the morning, but if you've got a 1 o'clock shotgun every day, you basically...
We have limited demand for tee times on Saturday morning, which is when this typically occurs. You have another golf course. I don't think we're full up on the one that isn't the shotgun course, and that's the only time you start losing revenue. When you have enough demand.
Between the two couples groups, we have, in prime season, we've got about 200 players. So the one course, the way it's been the wood group, which is close to 120 to 140 every week. And it fluctuates, so I basically shut that whole afternoon course down in the shotgun. And then what we're doing with Kurt and Karen's couples group is they are a forward we did 1 o'clock. They're a forward 1 o'clock shotgun, which now shuts down my tee sheet at 11 till 1 o'clock. And because it's a forward shotgun, it's shutting down the tee sheet when they're turning from 18 back to 1. So we've got limited amounts to sell before that 11 o'clock, between that 1 and that 3 o'clock. Are those always getting full? They're not.
I will repeat my statement previously. You're getting paid to figure that out. We aren't.
Sure.
And if you need to tell Cliff you can only have 120 players, then you need to have that discussion with Cliff. And if you need to tell Kurt you got to take tee times, you need to have that discussion with Kurt. But one way or the other, it's not up to us to figure that out. It's up to you guys. You're getting paid $120,000 a year to run it, then you need to do it.
No, my only point was some of the rules we make it more difficult to maximize revenue.
I don't think anybody made that rule. I think that's up to them.
Yeah.
I don't remember voting for anything like that.
No,
What we're discussing here with the tournament stuff.
Yeah, I understand that's one issue. The other issue is that if you have shotguns every day, it does limit the amount of money, and I understand that's what members want.
As long as you have the demand. Look, there's a lot of the member groups that I play in that aren't shotguns. So, aren't shotguns.
Yeah,
so,
that's
we can take starting time. Nobody said you have to do that. It's up to those guys to manage it. And if they want to come back and say to Jim Jonas, like we've already done multiple times this year, you need to take tee times over the next 10 tee times or whatever you need to do it. I mean, you guys are getting paid to manage this, not us.
And we do. We're
I know you do,
yeah.
but
we're doing the best we can. Some of the issues, and this is maybe a separate deal, but...
Will you let him talk?
Yeah, Bill.
For God's sake.
I'm sure you got something really, really smart to say.
Yeah.
Bill North, Press President. I do have a couple of smart things to say. Thank you. First of all, as a member and individual player, I know the tee times is a subject right here, is that the problem is that we go up and all of a sudden the group of 4, 5, 6, 8 groups all of a sudden going off the 10th hole and there's nobody on the first hole. And you just said, well, there's nobody there, but they could be there. And to me, that is, they could have divided up the group instead of going 8 off the back, maybe 4 off the front, 4 off the back. And that's called management. And it really ticks people off every time they come up there and they have to wait. You talk about waiting, you have to wait 45 minutes for everybody if I'm in the last group. And I know you want to have business. You never know if somebody's coming up, a trunk slammer is going to come up and want to go off the first tee. But I think that area, that scenario, should really be looked at. Because when the time, the number of people playing is minuscule to have it doubled up or to have everybody go off the back when the front is open, it just doesn't make any sense. Okay, I understand Mike's problem because he has a group. We have Cliff here has a very large group and a dining room reservation. That's money. I understand that. I understand your problem over there of trying to organize a shotgun because you have a breakfast deal. You have people coming in and they raffle tickets. You have out-of-city town area people that are playing here. That's why they go off at 8:30. They give them that time to go to the driving range, time to get set. The only thing I can suggest is that the time management could be a little bit better. Maybe you could have people they get in the parking lot, they diddle around, have people go over, pick up their bags, get not I'm saying a valet service, but a pickup. People have to park way down and walk 100 yards, couple hundred yards back. That takes time. So maybe you could have a high school kid or something like that just picking up people, getting them moving. When they get in there, make sure that they understand they have to go off on time. 8:30 is the time. I understand that for 5 or 6 tournaments. It shouldn't be a big problem. Also, you should have the ranger out there moving these people along. If you see a hole that's open, let's go. Let's keep it going. So that's another time management type of thing. And you sit here and you listen to the bantering back and forth, and you just say to yourself, look at the problem and the resolution, instead of just keep on saying the problem is. Get up ideas, get people moving, everybody understands what time they have to go off. And it's very simple. I think it's a good idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a break for lunch. Bill and Cliff, I think we probably have sufficient food. If you guys want to grab something to eat, you're welcome.
It'll be $5 a piece. We're on budget talks.
Cash only.
Talking about capitals in the budget. Can we discuss the current 10 play card that they get with their membership? Right now, when a member joins, they get a little 10 play punch card, and it's $15, and anybody can play on that punch card, and it's $15 off season and $25 on season. But we have 5 or 6 people, maybe more, that kind of really take advantage of the system pretty hard about really take advantage of the system about instead of joining, they just use all their friends' play cards over and over and over and over again. And how do we feel about the program? I mean, I guess what I feel like, I think it's too cheap. 15 and 25 ought to at least go to 20 and 30, and I'd like to make it so that we have to charge it to a member account instead of giving it to your neighbor and letting you use your card.
I agree with both those suggestions. It came about because members were standing behind Tanglewood when Tanglewood was playing, and Tanglewood was paying $25 and members were paying $35 for their guests. Needless to say, your priority has to be the people that are paying you the most money, and the members are the ones that are paying you the most money around here. So we need to manage that perception. I would agree with both those suggestions. I can name you 2 or 3 people that are taking advantage of the thing.
So what are we talking about? Changing the value of the discount?
No,
Increasing it?
I'm just not in favor of taking away a member benefit. We need as many member benefits as we can, but I think the rate is too cheap. And I want to get rid of the chance of, because what happens is people are just giving their cards away to pass around to other people to.
Yeah.
So eliminate if I was one of those guys that was taking advantage of it, but now I knew that it had to be charged to Joe Branson's account, I might not ask as much, potentially, and then also, the more money we can ring in, the better, obviously, too. So 30, there's no...
What's the cheapest that we
25, right?
The
charge?
member guest discount card in season is the cheapest. Even if we raise it to 30, that's still the cheapest.
But out of that, if somebody walks in, well, I guess Tanglewood gets the cheapest rate because they have the most players.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, we've got the Tanglewood group. It's not, even if we raise it, they're still paying more than 30. outside of that, you know, a public player, you're either paying the full rate or buying that Advantage card, and then you've got resident rate.
Well, if we're going to, to me, all right, this is my just philosophy. If I got a guest, A, it needs to be charged to my account, and B, it needs to be the best rate we're giving anybody, because I'm charging a member that's already paid me $4,500. So, however, whatever number y'all come up with that, I'm good with. But I'm a proponent of charging to the members, so you don't get that whole. You just you destroy that whole scenario that we're talking about.
So you want to give them 10 passes, charged to their account, as opposed to giving them the card? Is that
No,
what?
so we're still going to give you the card that has punches, right?
Yeah.
So there's 1 through 10 punches. But so you're gonna come to the counter, or you're gonna give it to your buddy. Hey, take this in. They're gonna charge it to my account, and the rate is X. So now they can't take your card and come in and pay me cash or credit card for it. It has to go on your account.
Really, your member ought to come in with them and say, charge it to my account. Here's my card.
Why would?
That's what it needs to be. We shouldn't let somebody just walk in with my card.
We got the little individual coupons that said you had to be playing with the member.
Right.
We changed that last
We
year.
still passed them out, yeah, I know, but we still passed them out to people, and they just took them in, and your guys never questioned it.
We haven't done that in the last couple of years.
I know.
But we can institute that too. I mean, we can only take them from the member.
I thought last year we said. Last year we decided that we were going to let it go because it was one of the only perks that anybody who joined got.
And we're not saying take it away now.
Well, you're saying put it on the account as opposed to, yeah, you are, you're changing it.
Well, you're changing it, but you're still allowing them the discount.
Yeah.
For a guest.
But that's not what the card, I mean, quite frankly, the card was given to, I mean, it's being used by other people to get a discount.
Well,
And the thought process then, or last year was, we're still getting the money. It's not the full amount, but we're still getting money. Now you're saying you want to charge the owner of the card?
Yeah.
I don't agree.
So are we taking care of a problem that's not really a problem? Four or five people, I'm being devil's advocate. 4 or 5 people kind of cheating the system. Is it worth?
I don't know how many are cheating the system. I know the system's getting cheated because I know several of them myself that are doing it.
I think it's we've got maybe 2 or 3, it could be more than that, potential members that aren't members because they can.
Right, exactly.
They can pay $25.
One of them specifically
50
told
times
me
they
that.
play during season,
Yeah.
right?
He plays twice a week on somebody's card and pays $25 during season. You know who he is.
He used to be a member years ago.
Yeah, and I can tell you, we didn't join last year, and my wife, God bless her, all her friends were giving her discount, and
there would be nothing to stop them from doing that. They just get it charged to their
yeah,
account.
they just get it charged, and so and Janet, and they're going to get around it. Janet would pay them then, because they weren't paying it, but at least might stop some of the that kind of stuff that's going on. But so
Member brings the card, it's got to be charged to the account,
Yep.
rates 5 on each side. And
You shouldn't be using Joe Branson's punch card unless Joe Branson's standing in front of you with it. If you allow somebody else to walk in there with my card, and you have no idea if I'm even in Sebring.
Well, you're going to have to sign for it, right? Because it's going on your account. So
Right.
Branson has to sign it.
No, that'll eliminate the whole issue.
So it's...
And I don't care what you charge, 15 or 20 or whatever.
No one's going to be using Ray's card.
Hey, I'll be the first one to tell you, I gave my card to somebody this year because his membership had expired. He had a 5-year and he expired it. I gave him my card. I'll tell you that.
Yep. Well, you won't be able to do that.
I don't see any problem with it.
You're part of the problem, not part of the solution, right?
But based on what we decided last year,
it's clear,
that was perfectly legal.
Yeah, so the abuse is more than we
Abuse is
think.
more prevalent than...
yeah, I think it is, and Ray could probably still give him the card if he walked in with him when he played, and they charge it to Ray, and he could pay Ray back if
So
he
that's-
wants to work that hard to get it.
Sure. Right.
So that's where we're going? Charge it to the member account, and can I raise it $5 across the board?
Charge it to the member account. I'm not so sure I want that the member has to be there.
Then we can't
Well, they
charge
gotta
it to
sign
the
it.
account.
Why can't you charge it to my account if I'm not there? If the guy says it's okay,
Then you can come and dispute it, and you're gonna say where's
well,
my
if the guy's gonna play on the third, I'm just thinking, if the guy's playing on the Thursday and I'm not, I have to come in and say it's okay to put it on my account?
Supposed to be playing with the
I mean, just. My God. If that's the only problem we got, by God, I'll make the sacrifice.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, two more things. We'll talk about capitals, and then we'll get into kind of specific budget questions from capitals. Again, this after talking to everybody in our one-on-one meetings, obviously this 5-year plan is something that's going to be reworked. I think first we'll go over kind of this that Earl and I did for kind of the explanation of the capitals, and I'll kind of go through them, and I hate to just kind of go point by point, but if you want to talk about each single item, the computers, really the desktops and the point of sale, and we can kind of rehash that whole system about talk about the point of sale, but the computers mostly are. There's a couple of things happening. Our Windows operating system, by the end of this year, will no longer be supported on anything in the whole building. So that for us to even operate, that has to be done. And we have we have some upgrade disks that we have, but mostly it's going to be we're going to have to go and upgrade every single one of the computers. There's 7 machines that are over 5 years old, my laptop and Mike's laptop included, that are just obsolete. They're slow and dated and need to be replaced. We also have touchscreen monitors that we're using in the restaurant that are over 12 years old. Some of them work okay, some of them work really crappy. So replacing all of those, and then in 2020, October of 2020, all of our Windows Office suite, all that expires. So instead of waiting a year to do that, I just asked Tully to go ahead and price out and get that done as well. So we're just going to do everything. And what I'm hoping to do is actually start that instead of it was initially budgeted in the next calendar year, and I was really planning on doing it really in October, but obviously in October is when we plan on opening up the restaurant. So I'd like to just kind of move that forward and do that in discount. So I'm really just moving that $22,000 up 3 months and go ahead and get it started right now and get it done.
So in other words, you're putting it in this year's budget. Why don't you just say that?
Well, it was in last year's budget.
Say I want to put $22,000 into this year's budget.
Okay, I want to put $22,000 in this year's budget.
So that's something we can consider. I mean, I don't know why we beat around the bush on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things that just need to be done. And
this is the time of the year to do it too. I mean, we're moving. If we're switching out 8 or 9 computers, it's a whole lot easier to get that done when it's quiet, and it's got to get done before the end of the year. So we're trying to do all that in, October, November, December when we're actually busier. It would make a whole lot of sense to get it done now. Why we got the time?
I don't have a problem with it, so I would say yay. But my problem, as I told you before, yesterday, is we got to do a better job of forecasting what our needs are going to be.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So, I mean, if you want to move it to this year and we had to make a decision, I'd say go ahead. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm fine with moving it up.
Okay. I'll let Earl talk about the rest of it, the curbing and some of this other stuff.
You're throwing Earl under the bus, is that it?
Okay.
Got your deal done, and now it's Earl's turn.
Sweet. Yours was too easy. So I have proposed doing curbing up at the practice facility area around the range, the area, the putting green up there, as well as around the snack shack area adjacent to number 1T on Deer, in an effort to try to better control traffic and random parking and,
Well, that, you're talking about the range area, the
it would be all along the tee so that people aren't pulled up on the slope of the back of the tee and things of that nature.
You're
So,
talking about where you pull the carts in the park?
yes.
In that area, that throughway between the snack bar and the putting green.
Yeah, that's a parking area now when we have ample parking across that putting green, but nobody ever uses it. They use it a little bit now because we have roped all that area off in an effort to try to, it's the first thing you see when you come out of the parking lot and get to the golf course. So,
any idea how much it's going to cost?
what we put in here, and I'm working on getting numbers hardened out, but what we put in right now is $15,000. I could tell you exactly if it was all concrete, but because it's not all concrete and there's some asphalt involved and things like that, curbing to asphalt versus curbing concrete is a little bit different. So, but again, it's more of a presentation area. It's obviously not ever been done, so if we choose not to do it, it's not going to affect anything hugely other than just the look and the aesthetics and to some degree turf health when you're walking on those slopes and things like that. So
I'm in agreement.
Yeah, I would say yes.
That's a yes. Next.
The only caveat I would add to that, though, was the concern raised about handicap access to the driving range area. The curbing could make it worse.
yeah, so we may have to look at a break in the curbing that would accommodate a wheelchair golf cart, one of the handicap golf carts. I think we could easily probably do that.
You could just go around it like everybody else does already.
He could drive his cart up and park like some people do.
I don't know why guy doesn't do that. But.
Well, I think he was maybe upset over some other stuff, not so much the access. But yes, that's a good point. We should make sure it's accommodating. And then, so I'm going to. So the next thing is the short game practice area. This came about somewhat because of the concern, and it was brought up, in a public forum about concerns over people hitting balls towards one another if you're on the range tee and on the practice green area that currently is on the right side of the driving range. So we had proposed looking at the area between 10 and 18 deer as a possible area to move that green. Then it was we talked about were there options to do more than just the simple little green with a bunker and have it maybe more reflective of the golf course that you play. Then we discussed the advantage of having an area like that adjacent to where the kart staging area is for shotguns and tournaments and things like that, to maybe have some people go there versus go all the way over to the range to warm up. So I had an architect who was in working with us looking at some other stuff. Anyway, look at that area. Could we make it work? Is there enough room? Could we make it aesthetically fit and fit also into the existing putting green that's over there? The answer was yes, at least from the renderings that I've gotten. So I guess we had put some money in here. Again, until you do construction docs and really look at it, it's not something you're going to get the exact cost on, but in my history of doing renovations, I feel pretty comfortable that we could make it work within that number. That is not taking into account whatever ancillary fee like engineering, which there would have to be some done. And we looked at it as a member. It's something that the members, I think, would really benefit from. So we had put it into the budget.
Okay. On that one, personally, I would say no. Not that we don't need it. I think the timing is off. I think I like it, and this gets ahead a little bit from what we talked about yesterday. I'd like to see more money put into the interior part of the clubhouse before we would do a new practice area if the concerns, and again, I talked to Cliff about this yesterday, if the concerns are that people from the tee box may kill somebody who's chipping, is go back to where we were 2 or 3 years ago. That was not we kind of extended that chipping area. Just go back to where it was, where it's a short chipping area as opposed to a long chipping area. Therefore, hopefully nobody gets hit off the tee box. And then somewhere within the 5 years, put the practice facility. I think it's a good idea.
Sure.
I just think the timing's off. That's my personal opinion.
The other opinion I have on it is it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about the snack shack being totally impractical to use. Couldn't we demo that and put a practice area in there, short game practice area there that would be out of the driving range area?
I guess my answer to that would be I don't know without looking at it and looking at acreage and how would you rework, because you would have to rework deer number 1 tee, which you could do. There's plenty of room between there and number 9. I think if we're talking about pushing it back, those are all things. I think we look at all the above. I mean, when we first started talking about it, Tanya and I looked at to the right of 18, that area where the one storage building is. You know, was that enough? Was it close enough to the staging area? So I think, sure, if we're gonna push it back and kind of better evaluate it, we should look at maybe the possibility of doing that. Obviously, if it's at the range, it's a little easier to utilize. If you're there practicing, you can practice your short game and your, versus the other is more maybe conducive to warming up if it's up towards the clubhouse more. So I don't really have again, it's just something we put out there as something that we felt like could be a member benefit.
It's a good idea. 150 grand's a lot of money for a practice area, but whatever we do, we got to address the safety issue over on the other place. And if we can eliminate people going that far out to hit 50, 75-yard shots in, that eliminates most of the risk, I think.
Nobody's opposed to putting up a net there, correct?
I'd rather not.
I would just shorten it up for a couple of years until we're ready to do this. I think what you want to do is good. I just don't know if
we were really, I guess, you've said it, and so did Dan, about, our member benefits are limited. And we were just trying to come up with something that was a usable thing for members to see and appreciate and touch and feel. And that's,
it's 150,000.
That's a lot.
I think whether or not we do this or not, we still need to get the fence up, right? I mean, is that
either put the fence up or shorten it up. I don't know when we decided that people could go out there and hit 75-yard shots in.
Well, we actually have a couple of issues there, and it's not just the people hitting back towards the green and towards the tee. People go out there and hit balls across the range into number 1 fairway on deer. And I see that happen probably more often than I see people sculling balls back towards the green. The net's probably not going to address that. The only thing that would address that is we just don't have the chipping area, which I don't want to necessarily do that to members either, but the reality is we have a couple of things going on there, and we tell people all the time, every time I ride by and I see somebody, my first call is to Andy to say somebody's out here hitting 3-woods across the range into number 1, and
we let the grass grow up so they can't hit out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
again, I'm happy to do anything. I don't want members to think that we're trying to do something to take away from what they have.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah. I just go back to the way it was.
Okay.
Don't spend the money. Let's use that money perhaps for something else, and then put it somewhere down.
And get
down
plans
the road.
together.
And I think what you want to do is a good idea.
I do too, but I'd rather see us address some issues on the golf course that are affect playability. 17 for one. On deer, I'd like to see that fixed before I worry about practice areas.
Just relocate that somewhere else in the 5-year
Sure.
plan and let's go.
That'll give us a chance to really dial that number in as well, so that makes sense.
So what about the safety issue?
I still think you need to put a barrier up.
Either put a barrier up or shorten it up.
I would shorten it up.
I would do both.
We went for years with never having a problem there, when it was only a 20-yard chip.
When somebody gets beamed and we're got somebody in the hospital, that doesn't help.
But when it was a 20-yard chip, there was no danger.
Well, when the range is set up on that right-hand side and you shank one over there,
All right,
hit
put it
somebody
up.
in the
I mean,
head.
that's fine, put
That's-
it up.
I mean, I would rather put something up that's substantial and durable and not unattractive as best you can.
As long as it doesn't look like those posts that got put up on the car barns, it'll be all right with me.
Yeah.
I would still shorten it up.
You're talking, when you say shorten it up, where you can hit into from the far
Don't make it a 70-yard chip, make it a 20-yard, 25-yard chip. If you want to put a net up still, that's fine. Don't make it a big chip.
I like the idea.
I think the net's important.
Yeah, but I am serious about letting the grass grow up to stop those people from going out there.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, so I'll work on I have the stuff together for the netting because I've already done it for Cliff. Maybe we add a little bit of landscaping to that area so that it's not as obtrusive.
Next.
Yeah, just don't paint it yellow.
All right, so driving range mat. This is obviously construction of a new synthetic turf area capable of housing up to 18 stations. It would allow us to rotate maybe a day a week during the season, and also when we're trying to do set maintenance items such as airification or overseeding. I have picked out a mat. We actually went and looked at it over at Longboat Key a couple of weeks ago. It's a very realistic looking synthetic mat that you can put a normal tee into, a conventional tee. It doesn't have the goofy rubber tees and things like that. So again, it's in trying to do a better job of maintaining the range from January through May, essentially, when we have the heaviest play.
And so any big event, we just put them all on the map.
Yeah.
At all times. And, maybe one day a week we close the range and let the range rest, and we put, during that season where the grass is not growing at all, we can make leaps and bounds in how much better the range gets. Well, range gets really fast.
18 slots is not enough for the winter, right? I mean, I've seen a lot of people on that driving.
Well, I mean, 18 is what we do now, and obviously people flood into both sides. I mean, we could make it as linear lengthwise as we wanted if we said the 18's not
I don't know how you guys feel.
not enough.
You almost have to, in the winter, don't you have to put on both sides? Because we use both sides of the driving range. I think. I mean, both sides of the driving range would be...
I have no problem.
I never hit balls. How would I know?
Me either. I've been on that driving range twice.
Well, I can tell you, as you know, the driving range is active.
Very much so.
You won't be able, if you close, you can't close the whole thing at once. I don't know how you're going to do it.
Well,
What do you
how
mean?
much more would it
Having
cost
a
to
mat
go
on
to
both
24 as opposed to 18?
Yeah, so maybe we look at increasing the size and cost it out. I mean, some of the cost is in the initial, mobilization of them getting equipment and things here. It's not so much in the...
But before we do that, my next question would be, how long do they last?
On that particular mat, you're looking at probably 10 years. And I'll get exact figures for you because there's different grades of the mat.
Because this last mat has not lasted. It's in pretty rough shape, I think.
No, it's not.
No, it's okay. It's just got
Yeah.
grass growing through it.
Is what?
It's just not been well maintained.
Can't put a T
It's got grass growing through it.
It's got grass growing through it?
The Bermuda's growing.
And it was
put a T in it.
I don't know anything about the other mat other than I think it was done in-house by staff. And
It's still
not saying it's
playable.
right or it's
Yeah.
wrong. I'm just saying.
It's been there about 7 years. I think they put it in the first year I was here.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, it doesn't get the use that ideally we would want a mat that we put an investment into to get.
I would be in favor of doing the mat, but I would be in favor of extending
Increasing.
the size of it.
Okay.
I don't know about you guys.
Agreed.
Where would you put it?
It would be along the back. And if we increase it, it would be pretty much where it is now, and then you would flip to the other side as well.
Would it make any sense to have two separate mats?
Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about, is we would do it on both sides of where the ball machine area
That
is.
and maybe the ability to control where people are going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll adjust that, but I do think it's something we really need to be able to. Again, first impression, people come to the range, and ours is lacking quite a bit. This next one is new, I know, so I get it. Again, in trying to look at the overall property and our presentation and what people see and curb appeal and things like that, I've flirted with just some small things which we can continue to try to do, but the front entrance as you come into the club is very lacking, in my opinion. It's not representative of Sun and Lake or what we provide out on the golf course. And because of how it is done, it's very limiting in how you can adjust it and make it work or fit. One, the drainage there is, you have the big storm basin, but then there's a huge swell between the two drives. There's 3 large oak trees, but they're all on the right-hand side coming in, and then the whole left-hand side is nothing but crepe myrtles. So I couldn't even go in and pull one or the other and stagger, because you'd have, no matter what you do to try to upgrade it, you pretty much have to blow up some of what's existing. So my suggestion was to blow it up, fix the drainage through there so that it wasn't the swell, utilize the storm basin that's already existing there, and then add 3 what I call grand live oaks that would mimic what you have in that second island coming in, which is pretty clean. We're starting to get the turf there to a better condition, so that it's just a clean linear look as you come in. We could leave the palm that's right at the signage coming off the road and then re-landscape right at that, but it would allow us to address irrigation, which is very poor in all those islands. That's why the sides don't really have anything in them right now. So
what are you
it's
talking
just something
about?
I threw out because I felt like it's.
What are you talking about, money?
Yeah. There's no money attached to that anywhere.
Oh, I thought we have.
No.
What I had put in the meeting was $25,000, but I'm not sure.
So we have to add that in, right?
Yes.
If we agree to it.
So that's over and above the original 510 that you requested.
Well, we just took 150 out.
510.
You just took 150 out.
I understand, but I said that they requested.
Yes,
honestly,
25 is what I had put in there.
Honestly, I think that'd be the best $25,000 we could spend. That's the first impression that everybody drives in here.
Yep.
And the sooner we could get it done, the better.
I agree.
I agree.
I'll add it to the
So where's Omar?
Since we're in a generous mood,
He's over here.
for it.
Hey, I still don't understand why do we have to keep in capital the golf cart lease that we do every year and the
It's a capital lease.
the equipment lease that we do every year now? Or can we move that into an everyday, just normal operational expense for the?
So my thought process on that, for the operating net income report, you're going to see it in operating, you're going to see it in golf maintenance. But for capital, it does meet the definition of a capital item. It's going to last more than 2 years over our $5,000 threshold that's in our policy manual. So as a capital, I can have 2 line items that say, so right now it goes to 589, maybe 220, which is the district paying for that amount. So we always tie back to that number. So what happens if I pull the 83,000 out and I pull the 172 out, that number now becomes 320 on this line item, and then I'm going to have another 200 somewhere else. You're not going to be able to match back to that 510 from the district side unless you know where you're putting. So for resident purposes, for someone from outside of this meeting who doesn't know all the intricacies, it's easier for them to go and read our documents and know our budget and say, this is how much capital the district's paying for work that we're doing.
It's subsidy.
So we keep it all in the same area, just because that's.
I'm going to take that as a no.
It just depends on how you want to count the
If you
beams,
moved
right?
to operating, we would have a higher subsidy showing in operating.
You're sounding like a lawyer now, Omar.
Thank you for that
Plus-
explanation.
Plus, our auditors, we have to capitalize it for financial statement purposes. That's another reason that we need to keep it in our capital numbers.
It's a capital
I mean,
lease. It fits the definition. You have to.
Okay, good to know.
I would like to do this too.
Yeah,
The entrance.
Yeah, I think we're going to give the go-ahead on the entrance.
I mean, it's looked like that forever, and it's awful. At least now we got grass in the lawn, and we're getting there.
Yeah, but Cliff's got the mic back. He's going to spend some more money now.
Okay, one more. Next.
Restroom. And since we've written this, we've just decided to go ahead and start some of the remodeling of the restrooms. We got slow enough, and some of the restrooms are just needing renovation, and we just started. So if you look already if you go to the restrooms behind the snack bar, we've already replaced some tile, and we're working on them right now. So we're just going to absorb doing the restaurant tiling and do it. We're just going to absorb that in the budget. This restroom really is, I guess what we're really talking about is the standalone restroom on between Turtle 1 and Turtle 9.
9 and 18.
9 and 18. I think we're all in agreement that it needs to be there. Just where do we want to put it in this year's budget, next year's, or do we want to go? I've had some suggestions that if we do a restroom over there, that we should incorporate some kind of area where we're locking up a vending machine or something, because of turtles out in the middle of nowhere, and we just don't have a bev cart coverage 100% of the time. So maybe that could be incorporated, but when and where do we do it?
Well, I think the most important thing is to fix the bathrooms we already got.
We've already,
because I mean that's.
I agree.
An embarrassment.
They're a mess.
So assuming we have money left over in that $60,000 to do that extra bathroom, I'm in favor of it.
Agreed.
You want to do it in this calendar year?
Pardon me?
I think the sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
I mean, the women they've been asking for this, and I think it'd be nice to give it to them.
It's been asked for 10 years. To me, one of the important issues, though, is that by putting a vending area in, you can eliminate the necessity to ride that snack cart out when there's only 30 people on the golf course, and you're paying somebody $100 or whatever, $50 to ride the snack cart around. They're going to sell $20 worth of stuff. It just doesn't make sense. And we could also put, a lot of different things out there. I think it's worth doing, putting in a budget. I would for this year.
Okay.
As I told you yesterday also, the big issue is the maintenance of the bathrooms.
Yeah.
I know.
That has to be addressed like yesterday. Because, I mean, and the water machines outside around, the whole kit and caboodle has got to be addressed quickly.
I know.
Okay. I'm for it.
Yep.
10-4.
I had two issues that I'd like to talk about. I'm not sure it's a capital issue. It probably is. But I'd like to see GPSs put back on at least the company carts. I mean, living on 12 Green, I can't tell you how many carts I see go around the right side and around the back, or going around the right side and back around this way. I mean, they're just all over the place. I see them I've gotten to where I just almost have to quit looking. I used to send you guys pictures of it, and I just got tired of taking pictures. It happens 20 times a day. I don't know how much damage it's doing to the turf up there, but it can't be doing it any good. If it's happening on that hole, it's happening on some others. I don't have a cost for exactly what that would cost.
Is there something less than a full service GPS unit? I mean, is there something, some kind of governors we can get for those that we don't need the screens and you already just...
Yeah, the answer to that is yes. I saw some at the the golf show. It was basically a GPS unit without a screen. It doesn't even get wired into the cart. It just hangs on the cart, and it plugs in. It runs on a separate set of batteries. And it was, I think their first price out of the box was, for doing 100 carts, was $1,800 a month, if I remember right, for 100 of them.
You know what company that was, Dan, that you saw?
If you could look into it.
You sent it to me, I think.
Pardon?
I think you sent me some information on that.
I did. That was back a while ago.
I think I have it too.
I mean, I don't know how much it's worth, but that's $20,000 a year to keep people. I know members are a problem too, but I think if we at least got the company carts off, maybe then.
I mean, we've had not one single, and maybe Andy has, but I haven't had one single person complain about not having the GPSs, or about saying, oh, we really just missed the GPSs, or I'm not playing here because you don't have GPS anymore. I haven't heard any of that.
No,
the
I just want to control.
aren't, other than the proximity portion of that, the GPS portion isn't
I agree.
isn't missed at all.
No, well, everybody's got lasers or GPS of their own. I'm just wanting to keep them off the green and off the aprons and off all around. Wouldn't hurt putting them on some of our own.
Maybe we can put them on
Gators.
some member cards too.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't hurt to put them on some of the Gators because I see them right up on top of there too. But
I think we checked, because I was with Dan at the golf show. You can put them on members' carts, but it's pretty expensive.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, I'm not, because there's a lot. It isn't just our guests that do this.
Some of the worst offenders are members.
Yeah. But
Okay, we'll research it and then we'll present it at the next workshop.
Oh, yeah, I'd be open to look at it.
To look at it, yeah.
Second issue for me is the dealing with the driving range. And again, it's all how you count the beans, but you know, we don't really know how much money the driving range is making or not making because all the member stuff goes into the member dues. But we also got that machine out there that was pretty expensive. I don't know why we have a machine out there. That's something that has always puzzled me is why would we do that? Why wouldn't you have that stuff in your pro shop so people would come in? They got to come in if they're going to play. They got to, you know, why wouldn't you deal with that in the pro shop as opposed to having that machine?
Go ahead.
That's a rhetorical question. You don't need to give me an answer.
Well, just as, so would you be saying like having the machine in the golf shop or having balls?
Did you sell balls across the counter just like you do everything else?
You give them the
Well,
baskets.
we
You
have to
give them
have
the baskets at the counter. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean,
I've
we'd
done
have.
that, and it's not pretty. It's not pretty.
Huh?
It's not. I've done it before at a different shop, and it's.
And when not nearly as busy as the
Our,
range.
our private club in North Carolina hand you a bag. They're not in a they're not in a basket. They hand you a bag, and you pay $2 or whatever it is.
I mean, the amount of activity that we do at that range. I mean, we would need some help in the shop.
Well, the proximity is one thing. You know, some people who don't have a credit card come over and they buy a token with cash, and they get into the shop that way. But especially like on Tuesday nights, league nights, those guys are lined up to.
Well,
swipe,
I know they
swipe
take them
their
out
credit
on.
card.
I know they take the stripy ones out
You know,
on the golf course and play with them.
You know,
we
and
find
to
them
me,
on
and to
Wednesday
me,
morning.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
To me, if instead of the guys really having to sell range balls, it just frees the staff up to be able to handle the phones better and handle the members better.
It's okay with me if you don't. I'm just saying that looks like a.
I
That's
just
not the
wouldn't- I don't
image
think I'd be
that
in
I
favor
think
of
we
it.
really want to have is have a range ball machine out there.
If we're talking revenue on the range, I think, you know, when we gave, what's hard to control is the member keys, you know, and what happens with those member keys and who's getting balls for who. I mean,
Well, it
that's
also
that's
happens
one of the hard things to
with
control.
the schools too, because I've seen them out there with one key and they have 14 back buckets of balls and all of them are hitting 3 of them. So I mean, it's It's not an ideal situation where you don't have the range right there where the pro shop can deal with it. I understand.
And we haven't pushed the range really hard or really tried to sell range balls or try to, do we really want to be able to? And I used to have a range that we would do 3 times more business, and it was dirt all the time. I mean, the members just don't want to have. I feel like we have enough play that we still have enough grass to hit off of, but if we had any more activity on that range, it would affect.
Well, it's because we're basically the only ones that have a range in
at all
the county.
Right.
Yeah. Just my pet peeve. I don't like the look. Okay.
Okay.
My biggest concern with the range is the members taking the balls home overnight.
They do that too.
That happens like you can't believe.
All the time.
How many times they do that? But anyway.
Yeah, it's the range.
To me, I've got a couple of extra things too, but talk to me about there's one here we haven't covered yet, the dining room partition that you want to spend $20,000 on.
Yeah, the main partition that's, and again, Mike could talk a little bit. The main partition between the 2 rooms is the original partition, and it's
10 years old?
It's beat up. It doesn't work very well, and it looks terrible. It just needs to be replaced. Have you looked at it real close?
Have I looked at it?
It's awful.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with it. I mean, you just hadn't covered it yet. That's the only reason for it.
So I got in the wrong business. I should have been in the partition maintenance business because it costs like $1,200 just for somebody to show up to look at it, to fix it, and it's about a yearly thing. The last couple of years, and then when they got to come back with parts and all that other stuff.
Can we get a better one that they don't have to?
That's what I mean. So if we start to investigate, it probably end up saving us money in the long run. That's my opinion on it.
I'm good with it.
Yeah. All right. I'm good with it.
Let's just fix the issue.
But that takes care of this year. I got to tell you, I think I told you yesterday. For me to tell you this, it means something. You did a great job this year in preparation. Very easy to read. Looks good. But go on the 5-year plan for a minute. After this year, it's worthless. And I know, and we discussed this yesterday, that there's lots of other things that you're going to ask for in the next 5 years. So for the next presentation, I'd like to see everything in there that should be in there. For example, and I'll just, so these guys know what I'm talking about. We're talking about the aqua teas, because the women want the aqua teas.
Aqua tea placeholder.
Aqua teas actually.
Number 17.
So, that should be added on. I know you don't want to hear this. Irrigation eventually should be allocated for, whether we use it or not. But we know that eventually we're going to have to address it. Kitchen equipment, I know nothing about. You have no plans at all to replace or add any kitchen equipment. And since we're redoing the kitchen, I assume somewhere down the road we'll have to address something.
It's in there. Isn't that in the budget?
Huh?
No, I mean, most of the equipment, I just, to me, kitchen equipment is like air conditioners. I mean, if I continue to fix it until it reaches its end of its life and it's no longer economical to repair. Right. So as soon as I end up having to get a condenser or something, and I spend a whole bunch of money on it, then I'll trash it and then we'll buy a new one. For replacement type kitchen equipment, I just never budget for that.
I don't know. Once upon a time, we were going to spend $600,000 on equipment. We only spent, $200-300, whatever it came down to. Are you going to need more? I don't know. You have to tell me. I'm just saying it just looks strange that there's nothing there. If you believe you can get away with it, fine. I'm tired of the points of you coming to us, or, Casper coming to us and saying, okay, I need this amount of money now because this happened. I'd like to try and get out ahead of it.
I understand.
And it's a projection. If we don't use it, we don't use it. That's fine.
Okay.
What else did I talk about?
There won't be much.
The clubhouse, you and I talked about this, taking a portion of that $150,000 that we're going to use on the short game practice area, because there's nothing allocated for the inside of the clubhouse. And we are spending quite a bit of money there to redo it. And I would think we have to do something in there.
Agreed.
The next 5 years.
Agreed.
So I'd like to see something put in there as to what you'd like to see done. So it's just things like that, so we have a better feel. Because we're financially in good shape. I understand that. But I want to make sure
If any other of the board, any suggestions in the next 5 years to fill up this plan, don't hesitate. Let me know. If there's something you feel like we need, let me know about it.
I mean, I gave you what I want. Oh, and we haven't even talked about 17, if you want to talk about 17 on deer.
Well, you know, that's my pet peeve, so.
Well, I mean, this is the budget meeting. This is when we should be talking about these things.
I agree. I mean, if we're talking $25,000 to fix it, let's do it this summer. If we're talking 100, that's a whole different can of worms.
What is the deal on 17 deer? Have we figured it out yet?
I don't know.
Not where I can give you a cost. I mean, I know how to fix it, but
But we should. I mean, we should allocate something.
I agree, and I'm working on it. I just didn't have
You'll see it in the next month.
Yeah, that's fine. That's all I'm saying is let's try and get the next 5 years
as
accurately as we can, so that we decide, because we're going to have to get into the point, well, do we want to start saving a nickel anymore? Right now, we don't save any money. So that's a conversation the board's going to have.
What's the board's feel about like a membership office? I mean, our office space inside that building is, you can walk in my office and we got, 3 people right there, and then Mike, he's got a real small office, just
a membership office?
Just another, we need another admin office of some, if you come in and you weren't a member, we're running a tournament. I mean, you're sitting down and Tom's on the phone there, and I'm over here. It's just not a very good first impression look for if you were to come in and join as a member and do all that.
Yeah, the same thing with Mike trying to sell a banquet. There's no place to, there's not a real nice sales
When it was
office.
built, it wasn't thought out for that type of a
Just think about it.
But I just wanted to test the water to see kind of how you guys felt about it or even think about it. That's just something that I know that if I own the place,
I think it's something that'd be nice to have. I don't know how you're going to hook it onto the existing facility unless you go up.
Add it into the new kitchen.
That would be the association room. You take something away, you're going to
We can move Cliff's office over across the street.
I mean, what we're basically saying is we're open to anything.
Probably would like
You've
that.
got to tell us.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah, he's the one that make the motion.
So I don't see anything in here for the balance of the landscaping around the clubhouse. You're going to have a lot to do post-construction. Is that built into the project? Is that... I'm talking about the area by the cart parking. I see we've started on the area over by the clock, but...
Yeah, I mean, we were just going to concrete it. So we're just going to concrete it. I mean, at first Mike and his staff was just going to take care of it. So we're going to discuss that in this pre-construction meeting, and we'll see if there's what the add-on is going to be. But it's something that Mike can handle really quickly. We're going to get it done one way or the other because it's such a horrible. But let's just see how much it is with if I decide to add it on with the Marmor. So I was waiting until then before I kind of got a number from him before I just said, okay, Mike, go ahead and do it. And he might tell me to wait until after the construction's over anyway to go ahead and get it done. So I'm like you. I think it looks awful.
Just so we don't overlook it.
I don't think you're ever going to get anything to grow in there.
No, I got to concrete it. You want rock, or would you rather have rock, or would you rather have pavers? It just has to be something. Nothing's going to grow
I
there.
just don't like dirt.
No dirt.
Yeah, you're not going to grow any grass there.
We got dirt now.
Yeah, we got dirt.
Yeah, we got dirt now.
Yeah, I give Andy heck the other day. He threw a glass of water on that. And I said, for God's sake, you might try and make it grow.
Get the air fire on there.
So I'm gonna change this 5-year plan quite a bit, and we'll bring the second plan, and hopefully it'll be a little bit more polished.
Let me bring up one more thing on the 5-year plan, because you and I don't agree on this.
Go ahead.
The iPads for $12,000. Remember we talked about the iPads for ordering?
Yep.
Which is around $12,500. I think we should do it. Cliff thinks we should not do it. That's being fair, right? You want to tell them why you don't think it's right?
I don't think it's right for lots of reasons. I mean,
Give them the highlights.
huh?
Give them the highlights.
The highlights.
Because I'm going to ask them to go vote on this, or to whether we want to do it.
First of all, I think it's kind of impersonal about kind of having that right in front of them, and you're actually working right in front of a, it's a whole lot different. It's just not the kind of experience that we want to that we want to portray. Secondly, our point of sale system, which is IBS, and IBS is a tea time system. It's a tea time system that's really meant to take internet tea times and it's meant to book tea times. The restaurant portion of our point of sale system is a module. It's kind of an add-on. The handheld portion of that isn't supported through IBS. They tell me I can do it, but it just really means kind of reducing the screen size and then finding the right place to ring it up. We can make it work, but there's going to be a lot of pain, and it's just not going to work right. It's like having two separate systems talk to each other again. It's almost like the same kind of problem we're running into with it when you look at your bill online. You have to have one system talk to another system, and you got to log on. Personally, I just don't like it. I feel like it's impersonal at the table. It doesn't really fit to our style of.
Maybe at least 5 or 6.
Yeah.
When we get done with the renovation, we're going to have 5 or 6 point of sales.
Yeah, and what in part of this computer upgrade, I plan on putting one computer on the end of the bar on the other side that we open up the bar to, and then 2 or 3 other workstations that we make mobile, and you'll have to plug them in because we'll have touchscreens on them, but they'll be Wi-Fi capable. We'll actually have mobile stations. I'm just not a big fan of just because Blue Lagoon has them doesn't mean we should have them.
Well, they work pretty good at Blue Lagoon, but I understand hanging another system on top of a system that's probably already got 2 or 3 already hung on it, and whether they talk to each other or not works, and then sometimes it doesn't, and then sometimes it's messy integration. So
we costed it out last year. It was a lot. And
what's that?
I know there's a huge printer issue with it too. When I was talking with the IBS Pro crew, basically all the service staff would have to have a printer strapped to their hip because it was just there was a lot of steps to it. And it was like he said, it's not just a black and white turn the switch on. You got an iPad. It sounded like it was going to be like he said, a lot of growing pains, a lot of there might be days it works, days it don't work, and then you're really screwed up. It seemed like it was IBS is not the generation that it was.
Our IBS is not we're in the Billy Casper world, we're probably the most complicated restaurant that Billy Casper. I mean, they have some clubs and they have a lot of places with some pretty big banquet facilities, but nothing is restaurant focused with with our point of sale.
Because I'm in favor of it. If you guys are not, that's fine. Let's drop it.
I think there's a place for technology. I'm not sure this is it. I would be against it.
Okay.
I like the point of sale like you're talking about, but I don't know that I want to get into the hanging a system on top of a system. I think that's asking for trouble. So I would defer to your
It's probably
expertise.
a day and a time for that, but how many places do you go where they actually do that?
Not many.
Not many.
All right.
Blue Lagoon could get you some
Might
wings
be on
in
our
a
10-year plan, though, Ray.
What's that?
Might be on our 10-year plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it 10 years out there.
Blue Lagoon does a great job. You can get service,
They do.
right, Dan?
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
They have great wings.
Yeah.
And get them to you in a hurry. The IBS system, I think, has a modem that you can feed into your TV screens, the scoring. I noticed they had that at Pinecrest, the one up River Greens. We played in that tournament up there. That was kind of neat. Everybody's sitting in there. Instead of standing around looking at the scoreboard, they're sitting in there drinking beer and watching, and hooting and hollering when their team gets first or second or whatever. So I thought that was pretty neat. I don't know if ours will do that or not.
No, it's we've got that capability.
It was pretty neat. If you haven't seen it, it's worth taking a look at.
We've seen it. It's everybody's got the same system in the whole state, so it's capable for everybody.
Well, I know that was kind of a selling point for that tournament. They were having a good time. And it kind of got people in and sitting down and talking and having dinner.
Yeah.
So if we can do that without a whole lot of trouble, I think it's worth it.
Okay, I'll drop.
Okay, can we, and like I said, I'll present a 'little bit more rounded 5-year plan next time, for sure. Let's go kind of specifically to the budget. Is there anything kind of specific that any of you would like to discuss or talk about?
Yeah.
Ray?
Let me get this out of the way. Go to page
But
2.
before we end the meeting, I'd like to summarize all the capital, please. Can we summarize it real quick? Can we?
The turtle room restroom.
We're keeping in?
Keeping
60?
in.
Okay.
We're doing the point of sale and desktops immediately,
Mhm.
moving that to this calendar year.
Doing the main entrance.
Dining room partition, I'm gonna get a firm number on that, and I don't know if that was, we're gonna keep it in for now.
Yeah,
Driving range mat is a yes, curbing is a yes. We're gonna move the practice green location at least back a year.
But we may use some of that money, hopefully. For
We will use some of that, maybe use some of that money for the restaurant remodel. I'll come up with something in there.
I'd like for us to entertain that, yeah.
And then the front entryway, we'll be doing that.
That'll be 25,000, and then the driving range mat, 20,000?
Well,
Correct.
the driving range map.
Well, we have a place marker.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about the 4-seater golf cart?
No.
No.
Okay.
We'll do that later.
Thank you.
All right, let's go. Let me get my few things out of the way. Let's just go to page 10. If you can pull that up so everybody can see it, this will be real easy. If you look at the net operating income, what are you doing? No, put the screen back up.
There you go.
Yeah. See that proposed budget is $10,540. I think that number is unacceptable. We're estimating this year to be at $84,170 as far as profit. I think that number for this coming year should be at least that, if not greater. How you work it out with your little accounts, I don't care. I would not be able to sign off on a budget that calls for losing money, more money than we made this year. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I just can't justify it.
We are adding 25 grand extra for the overseating.
You know, I don't go into the little, as I told you yesterday, I don't look at the little numbers. That's as far as I'm concerned, that's your headache, but I'm looking at the big number. I think we have to make at least as much money next year as we're going to make this year. So I would say that 10,540 has got to change to at least 85, 86,000, if not more.
Where's your 10,540?
10,540 is that's the proposed budget for golf.
That's just golf operations.
2020.
Oh, 10,500. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. And I just think that number should be at least what we're going to achieve this year, if not more.
Yeah. And in essence, you're up $50,000, $60,000 in earning in income, but you're up $130 in expenses.
Yeah. Now, how he gets to it,
I'm not sure
that's a challenge for him. So that would be my first question on that. And
25 of that I could probably live with, since you're talking about overseeding, which I'm not sure you're going to wind up doing. But I'd like to see the memberships up some, and I think you said you were going to up that some, which will take care of part of that. And the rest of it is, to me, how much volume you get in. You're guessing. Depends on what kind of weather and everything else, but you can guess a little higher.
I think one of the questions that jumps out, and again, gets back to that percentage issue, we're looking at labor going up 3% against last year's budget, but it's going up significantly more than that from the estimate.
Right.
So is that 3% increase accurate?
That would be my challenge to you on that one.
Okay.
Then if you go down that page a little bit lower, if you would, to net operating income on the restaurant, that's totally unacceptable in my point of view, from my point of view. To lose, I believe it's $315,000, is that what it is? Yeah, $315,000. You can throw out this year because we already knew we were going to have a disaster this year because we're closing down the restaurant. However, last year at $271,756, that was a loss. We're putting all this money into the restaurant. I believe you committed to us at one point that we would make back $20,000 because of this $1 million that we're spending. So to me, that $315 should be no higher than a loss of $250,000.
Well, you're kind of getting to the bottom line, but to me, it makes no difference how much you spend. It's in percentage to how much you take in. So I don't know if that's the right payroll number or not, but I would say to you that I can't imagine that we wouldn't sell more than $1,360,000. If we don't, then we shouldn't have spent the $1 million to open the restaurant. So to me, that number's probably $100,000 low or something. That's just my gut.
So we agreeing at least around $250 should be, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. Again,
That $100,000 isn't going to drop to the bottom line, but 70 of it ought to. And that's if we're giving you another $80,000 in payroll. I mean, that's just kind of my way of thinking. Maybe that's not the right way, but
I was just looking at the totals. Those would be my concerns on what you gave us. Okay. Thank you.
yeah. I mean, this is first pass.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Which, to me, it just seems like we're doing a heck of a lot more business, but our expenses go up a hell of a lot. So, and that's concerning to me because, hell, we keep doing all these things to make money, but we're really not making money. We're just, that's what's frustrating to me. I mean, we do like 10 more outings or 15 more outings, and we don't make any more because our costs are way up. I mean, it just, that's where I get flustered. It's just, God, we can bring in a lot of money, but we're sure in the heck not making any. That's the, and I don't know what the answer is. I guess you guys do.
Oh, the other thing for your edification is I would, once he improves the bottom line by, I don't know what's going to improve it by 60 or 70,000, whatever it might be, it comes out of the money that the district gives them. Sure. And that becomes the new target for next year. In other words, committing to $330,000 every year, or whatever number you gave us that one time, I don't think is the right thing. Yeah, I don't think we should make a commitment to them every year that they're going to get X amount of money from the district.
I don't think we did.
It's just a placeholder to balance it.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And we will balance it, but I don't want you to keep thinking.
I'm already going, no, I don't think so. No, I get it. It's just a balancer. But bottom line, if I were you, I'd be looking at $1,363,000, and if I really wanted $827,000 in payroll, I'd say you got to sell $1,500,000. It's up to you. Figure it how you want it, but
that's all I have.
As much as you guys will let us fill it up without being upset that it's full.
I don't care how often you fill it up, as long as you don't kick the members out.
And that's the problem. We keep growing, and we're not making any more money.
There's definitely some space. There's definitely a lot of space to do that. And that number is.
You got another 100 seats. Best I can tell you.
Got another 100 seats.
I think there's a little
But
bit
really, it's going to take a while, realistically, for people to get back in the habit of coming. They've been told no so much. They just know that they just can't come on a Saturday night. It's going to take some time. And
well, a bigger piece of that is you got to get the quality up. I'm not walking in there and buying a $15, $18 pieces of flounder that was frozen a year ago and is laid in there with breading on it, and somebody drags it out and throws it in a fryer. I mean, it's just not going to happen. We got to have a real restaurant instead of some kind of song and dance.
If you think these numbers are tough to get to, I got to tell you, I'm going to try and get you to even in the next 6 years. I think you should be. I see no reason in this world outside of capital that you shouldn't be breaking even. I'm not even asking you to make money. But I don't know why you can't be at even.
Well, the bottom line is it's got to have more sales than we got. That's the bottom line. If you're ever going to get anywhere close to breaking, how do you do that?
Yeah. Well, if we don't turn, we
That was a good
turn.
trick.
I mean, we want it on both sides. You know, we want less, it's hard. You know, we want to get every shotgun out at one. We want to make sure that every member has access to the club all the time, and then we want to make more money on top of that.
Do you love your job?
It's tough.
Huh?
That's why I've been here.
That's your job. And maybe 11 years is too long, Andy. I don't know.
Nobody ever said it was easy. But we just can't keep giving you guys, seriously, $800,000, $900,000 a year, we can't keep giving it to the golf guys. We can't. It's going to eventually come back and haunt us. We've got to try and get it under control. And again, I'm not asking to make money. I'm just asking to get it a lot closer to zero.
Yeah, I agree. We need to be approaching zero. But to me, the only way you can't cut your way to success. You have to grow your way to success. And the only way to do that is to get more revenue in there. You can't do it by increasing prices. You got to do it by getting more people there. Bottom line, we can't continue to have a sunset menu and that's all we got, except Friday night. We got to have a real menu. We got to run a real restaurant, and you don't run a real restaurant by saying, "Hey, sorry, Charlie, I know you came up and wanted to have dinner last night, but we shut the thing down and you got to go somewhere else." Well, you think I'm coming back ever?
And I don't want to just pile on, but I shared it with a couple of these guys. Last week we went to Pinecrest because we couldn't, a lot of us had stuff to do at 5:15, 5:30. So we went up there and they accommodated us, 48 of us. Shotgun start at noon, and we had dinner there. And while we were eating, I looked over and saw somebody I don't even know if they're members anymore. They're at the restaurant up there, which is they redid it, and it's okay. I'd never been there, never played golf at Pinecrest in 5 years that I've been here. But I looked over and I walked over and said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, and I didn't even provoke one statement out of him, but he said, "Mike, we have lost our restaurant." And I just wanted to have all of you there hugging you when I heard that. I mean, and this was a couple that it was unsolicited. That's what he said to me, point blank. And that's where we have to, and I don't have the answers. And I'm on your side to get this done. And I think all of us are, but it's just, the perception is that anytime, all that has to happen is twice to go up there and you can't get in, they just give up. And I think this new restaurant will give us, our new kitchen will give us a restaurant atmosphere, because we really don't. And I think you guys agree, we only serve certain things. A restaurant, you can get wings, you can get pizza, you can get, and I think that'll help you, but it's just the perception that, and that's why I had stressed so much on the bank, having someplace open for somebody at some time, and it's not going to happen overnight. I mean, we got to get this back that they can come there, and I'm not blaming you guys, because it's, I guess the easiest thing to do is to get to get somebody to come and play our golf in an out, or play our course in an outing, which has some good benefits and has some bad benefits. But that come from a member, and you guys know them. I just don't want to mention names, but it just makes you sick when you hear stuff like that.
Yeah,
and he
it's
was
not
at
easy to
Pinecrest.
get to Pinecrest either.
Yeah.
You got to know where you're going.
For sure. And do you know, and we could talk about it off the record. I don't know exactly what he meant by losing the restaurant. Is it that he couldn't get a seat on a...
Well, he couldn't, they come and they can't get in, it's closed.
On a Saturday. Well, we can't feed anybody on a Saturday.
Well, that's what I meant, Mike. You know, it's just,
We still won't be able to.
Well, you couldn't last night either.
We can't any Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday we can.
So, I mean, if I want to go to dinner on Thursday night, I'm not going to call you this time of year and get reservations, so I'm driving up to the front desk, and what are you going to tell me? Sorry, Charlie.
Yeah, that part's not going to change.
Well, it is with a new restaurant.
Not with 200 members coming off the golf course at 5 o'clock, we wouldn't be able to feed anybody else.
He's talking about last night. He's talking about last night.
They were there on Saturday. He was talking about...
yeah, last Saturday we were there.
That'll be the first, that's our number one priority, is going to be feeding the members. 200 of them on Saturday night.
Well, Saturday night, again, it's back to you guys to run. It's not up to me to provide you with the solution. But if I was running the restaurant, Cliff Woods would be getting a buffet on Saturday night, and I wouldn't be trying to handle 200 people ordering off the menu. It just wouldn't happen.
Which is what we are going to do.
But it's not optional. You can't take orders from 200 people that walk in there at one time and not take an hour. It just
luckily on that topic, the buffets have been popular, because the first thing that's going to happen is people don't want to eat the buffet, and they just won't eat the buffet and won't pay for it. Luckily, when we did it, it was popular, and hopefully we continue that trend, and we'll be just fine. And if that continues, we'll be just fine.
Well, you got to swap the buffet around. I mean, the same buffet every night isn't going to work. But if they want to bring 200 people in at one time, nobody else is going to take them. I can tell you that for sure.
I definitely think we have tons of opportunities after this construction that will.
But you know, you can go down to Cody's and there'll be 20 empty tables, and they won't seat you until they got a waitress to wait on you, because you're not going to complain to wait in line outside, but you are going to complain if they don't get over there and get you a drink within the first 2 or 3 minutes after you're there. I mean, you got to manage people's perceptions.
Absolutely.
But, I mean, and I'll tell Cliff that as fast as I'll tell you that. I already have.
Yeah. We'll make them wait outside when they come in.
There you go. Well, but Cliff's afraid to tell Cecile.
Yeah, you just got to take, I mean, I play in that group, and I think as long as you try, but some of the answers that we were getting to begin with, it's not acceptable. I mean, and that's what you have to try, at least with the perception that you're trying to help.
No, we made proposals for them, and they just flat rejected about separating the shotguns out. They just...
What, you can't separate that because the wives don't play with the husband. I mean, that's not, again, that is not an answer. You can't, that's not even a proposal.
Well,
we did that last year. We did that last year, Mike. We separated them last year.
Yeah, I know, but it wasn't.
So we are trying.
We weren't happy.
Trying different things.
As you can. And the buffets are working, so...
Yeah, buffets are good deal.
We're that until it doesn't work.
I think 3 years ago we had...
So it's not that we're not trying things different. We've done several...
couples groups almost.
Well,
that's how much we've grown.
It's exactly what I told Cliff. That used to be Nick Jones's group. Nick Jones had a sign-up group, and he took the first 100.
Yeah.
And that was it. Mm-hmm. You know, again, you guys are in charge.
McCullough took over Nick Jones's group. Yeah.
We allowed to limit the couples groups to 72 apiece?
Well, if that's all you can handle, you have to do it.
Well, that's the answer.
But you gotta be ready at 1 o'clock, though. You can't go to 1:30 and limit the groups.
I just know Cecile's going to be knocking on your door as soon as I eliminate her to 72 players.
If you can't, what are you going to do? Sell them? You can't sell them to the outside and tell the members you can't. So you got to have a pretty good reason why you only can handle 100. You can't just, Seal, we don't want to deal with you.
That's why we're having some of the issues that we have, is because it's growing, right? So
that's right.
We're doing everything we can to try to accommodate the members.
Well,
we're going to continue to do that.
Those aren't all members.
What's that?
Those aren't all members.
Correct.
That's the other. If we ever want to think about limited member groups to members only, I'm in favor.
See, I know.
A member benefit. Let's limit member groups to members only, and let's.
I know.
That's one of the few benefits you get is you get 3 weeks ahead of time, and you get to play in the So,
we got a lot of residents here that get, they probably they've never been a member, never had a book of tea time here because they played Mondays in a 1 o'clock group. They played with Doug Coe, and then on Fridays
No, they didn't play Monday mornings, I can tell you that, because I used to run the group and wouldn't have them.
Yeah, Seal has about 30 people, I think, that aren't members. Am I correct? 30 or 40. I mean, and a lot of the people that play in that only play on Saturday. Period. So when you don't have the group, period, I can think of 5 or 6 ladies that are really upset because we don't play.
Right.
You know, but they're not members, but they like to play on Saturdays.
Sure.
So it's not an easy job. What you got?
I'm not trying to solve the problem for you, but I'm just telling you. Some things you can do and some things you can't do. And the way it is.
If you kick the guests out, everybody, well, these people could be members.
You know, it's one thing this time of year when we don't have anything else going on. It's another thing entirely in January, February, and March when you got members running all over this place and you can't hardly accommodate them to let somebody take 30 of the shotgun places.
Hopefully it's into every member group we got.
Pardon?
You know, you look at Mondays, you know, we probably have between Jonas, Benson, and Dan Armstrong's group, and then Sherry Anderson's group, and then the Monday morning group. We've probably got 60, 65 guests inside.
Last time I checked, you guys were in charge. You know, I'm not to give you a short answer, but
no, I understand. We are in charge, but we're not. You know, ultimately, you guys are going to steer us in the right direction. So that's why I bring up the members.
As long as we got availability, put them in there.
Yeah.
But there's nothing to say you can't sit down and talk to those people before January next year and say, look, I only got this many time. So you can only have so many of them.
Then they're going to be complaining to you again.
Well, they will complain if you're not letting them play and you're selling tea times to outsiders. I mean, what's the difference?
There's a difference to me between members complaining to me and somebody that's using some member's $15 coupon.
Right.
I told that gentleman pretty quickly to get his behind in the pro shop and pay you, because he was complaining because he got charged a green fee for playing in a couples tournament.
Yeah.
I explained to him that those were member tournaments, and as far as I was concerned, he was lucky to be there.
Absolutely. You got to pay to play. You're not a member.
Exactly.
Members pay to play.
So, I mean, just not to give you a short answer, but you got a limited number of people you can put on the golf course. You got a limited number of people you can handle in the restaurant, and you got to put the priority on residents and members.
Sure. And we want to get down to 0 on the assessment.
Sometime.
No. I mean, no. You know, I just want to not lose as much money every year.
Yeah.
That's all. Sure. Call me silly.
We want to get incrementally better.
It's $1,000 a membership.
I mean, Andy, if it was your money, would you keep banking this place?
So I look at Sun and
He's ignoring you.
It's right. I mean, I think the residents of Sun and Lake are okay with supplementing the golf course some of their assessment money.
I think they are too.
Up to an extent, because it
I
helps
agree
the
with
property
that.
value. So and then I think a lot of times when we are over and when we are doing good, that money gets thrown. I can name numerous projects we've done on the golf course with the money that we've been over that gets. It's like, okay, go spend it, you know, and that's part of.
You've been averaging $1 million extra for the last 9 years. I don't think most of the residents know that, and I don't care whether they do or not. But I'm just saying, the district has supported the golf course.
Sure.
More than probably we should have.
I don't think anyone's moving to Sun and Lake for any other recreational activities outside of the golf.
I think that's correct, but I also think 4 years ago we embarked on a quality versus quantity scenario, and I think it's working because the supplement to the golf course has gone down significantly. And I think it will continue to do so as long as we keep the quality up. We've got the right people in place. We've got the right programs in place. We need to do the same thing in the restaurant. That's one reason I voted to spend $1 million in a thing. We aren't going to get better sitting here doing what we've been doing. And
Yes, and one more thing. I moved here 5 years ago to have a good time. I'm not going to be here long because we all have a certain amount of time. I did not move to Sun and Lake to resurrect my business career. I had a life of that. I moved to Sun and Lake to have fun, to have a nice facility, and to play golf. Not to worry about if we're supplementing somebody or not. This is a golf community, and we should make it as good as we can. I'm not here to be businessman of the year and make money. I'm here because it's Sun and Lake, and I want to enjoy the rest of my life here. Period.
me too, and you talked me into getting on this board.
Me three, actually. I'm on 30 years.
Yeah, okay. I must have been having too much fun. That's why he talked me into getting on this board.
I do take the blame for
But I'll
bringing
tell you
it.
the same thing I told some of these cats that were here 10 years ago, bitching and complaining every month. Golf course was there when you moved here. You didn't see it. You think it just gets there. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of money. And if you didn't like it here, you shouldn't have moved here.
I think there's a reason why we are the nicest golf course in the area, and
Absolutely.
part of that is part of the subsidy. There's
Sure.
no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
And the capital stuff that you guys allow us to do, so makes my job easier.
But again, we need to get more revenue in the restaurant. And I think that's going to happen.
It's going to happen, absolutely.
I think you're going to have the problem with people now wanting to put 350 banquet people in there.
I get that phone call from time to time, and actually, now I got to say no, but
I tried to meet the owner of the Pinecrest and tell him to build a 300 capacity seating place so he could take the pressure off of Sun and Lake.
Not to discuss this today, but we do have to have a conversation eventually about what the menu of the new restaurant's going to look like. I would like to know before it's decided upon. I mean, basically, we were kidding around before. I'd like to be able to come in the afternoon and get a turkey club on rye or white toast. Am I going to be able to do that, or do I have to settle for lobster something? Think about it. I mean, that's not the conversation for now. I'm hoping that we'll be able to service people who are not looking for the extravagant type food, just everyday food. Probably shouldn't have worked that out. Okay. Just food for thought.
Well,
Anything else, Joe?
Anything else?
I got nothing else as far as budgets. You guys got anything?
No, I think if we're putting together...
I mean, you'll see the amended 5-year plan and the amended budget here well before the next budget workshop. So when is the next budget workshop?
I think it's in a month, right?
20
June 28th or something like that?
28th,
Something
June.
like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometime in June.
Okay.
I hate to ask this, any public comment?
Of course.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for breakfast and lunch. You have a fine facility here. You have parking, you have the view, the back, the lake, the whole works. And I tell you what, if they can get this thing off the ground, I think you will have a successful venue here. And I just have to say one thing that I played Highland Bridge the other day, and I tell you what, there's no competition there. I played Hammock Monday, absolutely no competition there. And I tell you, you've got a fine facility, and I have to allow these two guys over here for being on board and doing a really bang-up job. The little spots that are out there that he's patched were eyesores. And probably the golf committee has dragged up the information where they want to do it. But I tell you, we really appreciate it because when I'm going to bring somebody over here, I want to be proud of this place. And I don't want to step in a pothole, or I don't want to take a look at a broken pipe, or I don't want to look at the mess that is over at Highland Ridge right now. And I talked to Mike about that before because, you know, I remember what it was 10 years ago. It was a very, very nice golf course. Newer golf course, the whole thing. And I tell you, I appreciate the work's being done out there. It costs money. I understand that. I think the people don't realize in the community how much money we do spend here. But I think it's reasonable as far as I'm concerned, and I really appreciate it. And I think the rest of the members do too. Unfortunately, they don't want to spend 7.5 hours here, but I did. So you can say that the reason why with somebody like me being here is that if somebody asks me a question, I want to be able to give them the answer. You'll get a 5-year plan, or what are we going to do? What are we going to do about a sand trap? We like to have the information. So I really appreciate the work, and thank you again for lunch.
We're adjourned. Again.